Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Go Greg, it's your birthday. 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 It's your day, gon' turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Brianna too. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. I love you. Happy Easter and welcome to the Tiger's Den. This is the voice of Cheryl and I am Toothless Tiger. Glad everybody is here. Give me a moment and let me pull up my show so I can keep up with my numbers. Okay, thank you everybody for joining me. I want to say happy Easter to everybody. And hey, Tariq. Hey, Madria. Hey, So Alicia. And mainly I want to say happy birthday. Hey, Longhead. Happy birthday to my one and only Gregory Searles Jr. That is my only son, my only child. He was born April the 9th. And I called him this morning at 7 a.m. I was so for sure that that was the time that he was born. And he said, no, Mom, it was 7:36. And I woke him up at 7 a.m. And I did that mainly because when I had Gregory, I was asleep. You know, I told them that I wanted to be asleep. I did not want to be awake. I was in labor for a week. And when I went that Sunday before he was born on a Thursday. But when I went that Sunday and I was at the labor and delivery area of the hospital, and I heard all these women screaming and moaning and lamenting, sounding like the women actually that was on, hey, Lara, that was on the 10 Commandments when death was creeping in. So after I heard all that, I know I didn't want to feel that pain. And we had an option because I had a gynecologist and you know, they call them obstetrician gynecologists because, you know, they're baby doctors that bring you in the world. I chose to be asleep. And so they take you through the process that you have to push. And once you're dilated a certain amount, then they'll put you out. And they use, I think they call them the forceps to help guide the baby through the birth canal. But I was asleep. And when I woke up, I realized I had a son. So that's how that went. But happy birthday to you, son. And hope you're enjoying yourself. And I have to do what I do, and that's come and speak with the people. One thing that I love about my son, he is a dynamic young man. He's definitely, as the zodiac sign would say, an Aries. He is a leader. He's a decision maker. He's a loner, and he enjoys being alone. You know, he sometimes wished that he had siblings, and he has the closest to a sibling is my daughter. and that's Laura, and that's my great niece. But I brought her home as my daughter when she was first born, and but he enjoyed being an only child. And then her oldest daughter today is her birthday. She turned sweet 16, and let's say 16. Hopefully, she's as sweet as that number. Brianna, I love you. Happy birthday. And you need to send me your Cash App so I can send you a present. But it's been a very, very, very tough week for me. I'm facing a deadline of April the 11th. I have to get some motions into the court, and I was perplexed for a couple of days, and it was very depressing, but I finally figured it out and got it together. One thing, when you present yourself in court as a pro se litigant, you must be knowledgeable of the law, as anyone who has been practicing for however many years with however many degrees that they possess. And that's one of the hardest things, is to be able to navigate through the codes. And that brings me to the codes of white supremacy. And that covers, as Mr. Neely Fuller would say, 9 areas of our lives. See, if we once start understanding, truly understanding and overstanding white supremacy, then we'll understand, and overstand the behavior of the people, not only here on YouTube, but the people in our lives, the people in the world. It's global. It's not just relegated to YouTube. A lot of people think because they're on YouTube that this is not real, but we're real people with real feelings. We have real lives, and how we know how real it is. And I want to take this time and say, Transparent Talk, hello, and thank you for joining us. One thing that we need to realize is that we make it real, or than real, when people start bullying, harassing, stalking, doxing. That makes it real. You know, everybody want to laugh and holler, this is just YouTube, this is just YouTube, and you shouldn't take it seriously. No, perhaps you shouldn't. But when someone calls you a child predator, or call you R. Gilly, or call you the R word, they call it grape on here, the grapist, then you must defend on those accusations. In law, if you don't defend, when someone calls you something illegal, you acquiesce. And I gave the definitions of acquiesce last week. Your silence means that you okay what people are saying about you. I've never had a problem with people laughing and talking about me, which they never did before August 21st. And if they did, it was, amongst each other and behind the scenes. They never ever came on camera and disrespected me at all until August 21st, when the gentleman who goes by the name of Skinny Mister decided that he wanted to disrespect me because of whatever reason entered his mind. Well, I can't do anything about that. And I didn't do anything about it. For a long time, I remained silent. And then it just continued and continued. And then I asked Gil Sr. if he would just speak to Gil and ask him to stop. And he did that for me. And he made a no apology that was so ugly and disrespectful. And the people said nothing. I looked back at some of my videos just back in October, back in September, back even in August. And I see the names of the people that are in his chat and that are degrading me and that are laughing and that are giving the cash apps to make the haters mad. I look at those people, how they used to come here and speak and laugh. And they donated, not much, but they did. And I'm grateful and I appreciate that. But I look at how the herd mentality, how we as a people don't understand. white supremacy that covers the 9 areas of our life, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And anytime you're under the rule of those 9 things, which we are under, then you're under the code of white supremacy. I don't teach hatred, and neither do the people that teach truth. What we're not afraid to do is speak the truth. What we're not allowed to do is speak the truth, because we have rules and regulations, and some people call loving yourself hate speech, but we can embrace and uplift and love everybody else. Well, in 2023, started in 22, I decided I wouldn't be bullied, I wouldn't be stalked, and I wouldn't be harassed quietly. 2023, not me. I mean that with everything that I have. And I am full of everything that all humans are full of. And that's no problem. Street, stress, relaxation, no problem. I'm full of it. I'm full of life. I'm full of integrity. I'm full of honor. I'm full of not being scared of you and the food that you represent. I'm full of doing what I need to do for me. And what I do for me, I guarantee you it's going to help you all. I don't know. I've never been able to strike this man for live streaming my videos. And perhaps he's live streaming it now. He says he did not do that anymore, but we know that's a lie. This man says he's never received a letter from me, never received anything from me. He's never. Wouldn't it? He said that I accused him of signing something. I never said that. You know, this man tells lies, and you people sit up there and listen to this man say, you know, I don't lie. I tell the truth. I'm sorry. He lies. You all see it. I want to thank once again T1 Straight Talk, Southside, Lonnie Love, and BMK21 for apologizing for their behavior and the attack on my character and who I am as Toothless Tiger, because they don't know me at all. All of them can honestly tell you I've done nothing to none of them. And if the other people were honest, they would tell the truth and say I've done nothing to none of them. Oh yeah, I started doing like they're doing. I did not bully them. I didn't cuss them out. I didn't call them all these names. I don't go to their chats and put in comments that are derogatory. I don't do any of that. YouTube is a business for those of us who dare to get before this camera and be content creators. A lot of people, I don't think, know the definition of content, but it's only a subject matter and one that you speak on. I'm a subject matter expert on several things, but what I choose to speak on mainly was me and my journey in finding out who were we before we were slaves. Some call it slave talk. I call it being me and enlightening, uplifting, falling humanity. Some people speak on racism as if racism is a thing. Racism is a social construct to keep us divided and hating one another. There is only but one race, and that race is the human race. And once you understand that black and white are legal statuses, they're not human beings, then you probably can begin to hear what Mr. Neely Fuller meant when he said the 9 areas of our lives that are being controlled, which is, again, I repeat, economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. All of those things intertwine. Hello, Asatar. Happy Easter to you guys. Intertwine. We have 33 people in the chat, 32 now, and 20 likes. If we could we please get the likes up? I'd greatly appreciate it. You see, a lot of people laugh at the number of people that are in my chat, and they only come, they say, when I talk about them. Well, people do only come for what they call mess, and that's what they call to me messy. Yeah, I might be messy in my room. I'm sure everything is out of place, but I live in it and it's mine. But as far as character and people and purposely hurting people's feelings, I don't do that. I don't do that. Thank you, TY, for acknowledging my songs when I play them. That's a business. It is. And I never made them with the intent to hurt or harm anyone. They were parodies of my situation. No one individual can take claim to them for the simple reason I just made up the names that everybody was laughing and talking about. We all have to do what we have to do to make it in this world. And we all have to do what we have to do to look ourselves in the mirror. And I can look at me in the mirror any day of the week and feel good about who I am, because I know that I've done nothing to harm anybody, yet I've been harmed. And it's okay. You mess with my pocketbooks, you flag my videos so that I can't get them monetized for the commercials. And that's where the money comes in. So yes, my money is low. And yes, you told the people to unsubscribe from me, and they unsubscribed, and then they subscribe, and then they unsubscribe. All of that happens. But that's life. That's life. And that's white supremacy at its finest. That's what it's all about. Keeping us separated. Hate one against the other. For what reason? We don't even know the reason. We don't even know how to have the conversation. And brown skinned lady, I really hate for you that you continue to lie on me and say that I said that your whatever it was a scam. I've never heard you call Skinny a lie. He said it was a scam. I never said it was a scam until not too long ago, after what you've been saying about me. I was talking about Gotti, and what I said was, they say it's a scam. I don't agree with it. So I wasn't giving anything. I gave what I could. I called my nephew and I asked him a question because he's on the board of an HBCU. And I asked him, could this be possible? Number one, when the Queen Regina said that, she didn't even know anything about what school your daughter was going to. She said if she knew, this is what she would do. So that was never going to happen because she didn't know. And for people to take up money in the name of a scholarship that your daughter didn't lose, I don't know if that's a scam or not, but I definitely know it's a lie for people to be replacing money that you never lost, because number one, she never got. I didn't speak on your child. I did not speak on you being a scammer. You choose to keep holding on to that lie that makes you feel good, then feel good. And all that, don't try me. I'm not trying you. I'm telling you, you're lying on me. I never had anything bad to say about you as an individual, but you didn't hesitate when someone told you that I said it was a scam. You called me a fat bitch, which was very shocking to me. It took you not a second. You didn't call or email me to ask me, I heard this. Can you tell me what that is? Or why did you do that? Or why did you say that? But you didn't hesitate to email me to ask for the information about Kwame that I sent you, that you felt free to go try to tell him that I sent some information that's out in the public. I don't understand that. So I have to take it that you never liked me from the beginning, and that's okay. I don't have a problem with that. You don't have to like me. I liked you. And I don't hate you now, but I don't deal with you anymore because I know you have no substance. And I know you say you have no filter and you say what you want to say. I know you have no respect and no morals because you mistreat people that have done nothing to you. And then you always all sitting up there, all of you all, talking about how bad Skinny did TY and Straight Talk and Southside and Brown Skin Lady. But you guys did the same exact thing to me. You jumped in on an issue that had nothing to do with you all. Skinny woke up one day and decided to make me his enemy, and you all attacked me blatantly based on Skinny. And the definition that you used for the reason why you did it was because I'm messy. I never even talked to you people, so you don't know if I was messy or not. You had to have gotten that idea of me from someone that I had conversations with behind the scenes. Very few people, but there were people that you all hang with, like the Soabi, like Southern Gotti, like Tanae. I talked to those people, and we talked to each other, and I thought we had a YouTube relationship. But apparently we didn't. But that's what I thought. I talked to Matt K. I enjoyed talking to those people. They enjoyed talking to me, and I would have to believe that because they dialed my number when I didn't dial theirs, and I dialed their number when they didn't dial me. So communication is two ways. But I've done nothing to anybody, but everybody jumped in. It's just like Kwame and Skinny. When they had the falling out, it took me over a month before I spoke on it. And when I did, I said I saw two men that were wrong. And I should say two males. Because one thing Neely Fuller let us know in the code of white supremacy, there can only be one man. And that is the man, the one we call the man. And that is the European. And so he's not going to ever let us be adults. And if you look into law, we're not considered adults. Why? Because we're considered minorities, minors. We can't even handle our own affairs. We make that plain and clear every day here on YouTube, making fun of each other, putting each other down. We got people calling people Russians and KGB. We got people calling people mammies and Aunt Jemima. We got people calling people hunchback from Oak Cliff. Gummy granny, nasty. We got people want to snip a chair. I wonder, do they snip their own chairs and do they change their own sheets? I wonder, do they do that? Do they clean out their own cars or do they own one? I wonder, is that a thing? We have people saying all manner of things. Teach the young girls how to do fellatio with no teeth in your mouth. You know, it's those kind of things that we do. We destroy each other, and then we say it's okay. But nobody, everybody speaking, not speaking on the TY, Southside, Straight Talk, Brown Skin situation. None of you people, not one, not even to this day, had the nerve or the audacity, except for those three people, the crew, to say that they know that I'd done nothing to them, and they just jumped out the window. I really liked what Southside said. And I really, really, really appreciate you all appreciating the humor and the business aspects. I really do. Because I mean no malice or ill intent to not one of you guys. And I really think you all think that I apologize to you all. And I will say that I did from the sincerity of my heart, especially with TY. Because he was one of the main players that was on Skinny stage that wanted the pacemaker blast. And then he was faced with his sister having a heart attack. Doesn't feel good. And then Skinny made fun of wanting to screw his sister after she's had a heart attack. Sad, 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 the things he said that he let come out of his mouth about TY's children. I apologize, not for me saying it, but for him having to hear it and having to feel the feelings, helplessness, embarrassment that comes with that. That's what I apologize for. I apologize to Straight Talk, not because I did anything to him, but I realized that that man probably didn't even realize who really doxed him and who really sent him actually the transcript for him to go by to dox me. I never said anything about his wife. I related to his wife because I too have once been in an abusive relationship. And I understand abuse It's not that you just abusive because you're a no good born human being, and then it could be. In most cases it is not. But there's not an all of anything. I think it's our life situations, our traumas, our experiences, and our inability to communicate and to handle things. One thing we've lost our way on is how to effectively communicate and resolve issues. One thing we don't know how to do is to hold a conversation and to solve problems, as Nita Fuller would say, is to ask questions and answer questions. And then there is a thing that I learned in my research, that everything, every issue, everything, every topic has a timeline. Asatar is very great in coming up and giving the timeline of what happened to me. And then people laughed and talked about him and called him all manner of names that is so very disrespectful. It is not real. People that we thought that really had some type of camaraderie here on YouTube for the greater good of us as a people and being money makers. But when I realized a lot of these people are only about the money, and the way they make it is to laugh at our pain and to say anything. And most of you all love to laugh at other people's pain and to hear anything as long as it's not you. Most of you all love that. So you gravitate to bull crap. And I've learned this game of YouTube. I choose not to play it y'all way, so y'all can keep on laughing and talking about the 20 people in my chat. That's what it'll be, if that's what it'll be. And you all can keep unsubscribing one at a time or in droves. I can't do anything about that. I really, really appreciate everybody that supports me in whatever manner you support me. Hitting that like button helps. I got 27 people that hit the like button. It's 40 people in the room. Please check and see if you're one of the ones who didn't hit the like button. It's free. It's people all over YouTube trying to figure out, what do I need to do to stop these people from bullying me? Because people are being bullied all over YouTube. People are calling CPS on people. People are calling Social Security Administration trying to stop my money. That is impossible. I am permanently disabled. I am an employer of once the United States Department of Treasury. Everything I have is documented. I have a plethora of disabilities, and that under HIPAA is not everybody's business, but I can talk about me, and I don't mind sharing me. I would have felt better about what's going on with me had these been strangers. And I know we all have never met, so I'm not saying we're not strangers, but we met in the chat and we had conversations on the phone. We exchanged phone numbers, some of us. And for some of you to say and do some of the things you've said and done totally devastated me. But I am a big girl and I can take it. I feel the pain. I feel the fear. I feel the anxiety, and I walk through it. I work through it. And I am the example. If anybody needs to see the example, then you're looking at her. I am a formidable opponent. And when I say not me, not me. And if these people want to talk themselves into a lawsuit, Amalia, news report, never would have thought I'd have seen her say the things that she said about me in the chats. But she's saying them. And she called me all kind of hypocrites and all of liars and all because she loved two men on YouTube. And that is Amondo Black and Kwame Brown. And it's nothing wrong with loving those men, respecting them if you do, and following them. But you're going to be very disappointed now. Very disappointed. I've done nothing to you nor them. Nothing to neither one of you. And all the little funny videos, apology but not apology, and my lawyer said this, and my lawyer said my case is better than hers because she called me a private detective. You want to tell me saying, and I did not say that that person was a private detective. I said that he's running around here like he's a private detective. Read the letter. I didn't write that section of the letter. The attorney did in the case against Skinny and Unbreakable Kicks. It's a matter of federal record. And for all you who think that's plagiarism, every case is a matter of public record. And what you do is you take what you can use from a case so that you can win your case. I wish you people really would come to your senses and realize this is not fake or no plaything. But you're going to continue to believe Skinny, and that's fine. And you're going to feel like and look real bad when you realize that you've been a part of trying to destroy a woman who has done nothing to anybody but tried to uplift everybody. I want to take this moment to just say hello to Father Son Plays. Good to see you. I seen Sucker Free come in. Hey, Sucker Free, so good to see you. I'm trying to see. I think I saw someone else come in that I hadn't acknowledged. But I want to acknowledge you all because I appreciate you and you spending your time with me, especially on Easter Sunday. Today is my son's birthday, and he's feeling a little under the weather, but he is fine. But today, he has been with me for 42 years of life, and I'm truly grateful. My son is older than a lot of these people that disrespect me and talk to me like a dog. If people that really know me knew these people talk to me like this, it would be so sad because no one sees me like these people. I have some people that don't cut for me in real life, and they may see me in any way but what they're saying. Because one thing they know about me, I'm going to always help. I'm going to always give an opinion. I'm going to try to always uplift them. They know this about me. They don't think what you guys think. I don't pocket watch. My daddy taught me at a very young age, whatever a person has, it belonged to them. So, I don't get excited about what people have. I can be happy because you did that, you accomplished that, but I don't get caught up in what you have and what you may get. I know millionaires, and I don't sit up and get mad and wonder. I know what they did to get it. They worked hard. I seen them. I saw the fruit of their labor. I did. I couldn't get mad at none of you YouTubers. And some of you all are some brilliant people with this artificial intelligence, technology. You all are fantastic. But I've worked on a job where everybody almost there make close to, if not 6 digits. So that doesn't impress me because you can make 98,000 on YouTube, hurting people, lying, picking apart different women, all perhaps, or maybe over 40. I don't know. Some of you may not be. And forgive me if I get your age wrong because I can't put age on people. I'm not good with that. But what I am good with is being me. And that's why you hear that song in the background. It's Know Thyself. I know who I am. I don't pretend. I'm not changing for anybody or anything on YouTube. I'm not a character. Toothless Tiger is my name on YouTube. But sure, Yvette is who I am. And I am who I say I am. I don't pretend to be anything. Not at all. Hi, Ernest. Good to see you. Laura said, thank you, chat, for all the love for TT. Greetings, y'all. I have to go out and hit that like button. Thank you so, Alicia. I love you dearly. And I understand that everybody can't be here today. It's the holidays and they're with their family. But I thank everybody who spent time with their family and now are spending time with me. I greatly appreciate you guys. I want to just say thank you to So Alicia for that super chat. Throughout, y'all, I'm probably going to play the birthday song because it's my son's birthday. He usually don't look a lot, but sometimes he does. And I'm sure he will look a little today. So I just want to play it every now and then But let me just play the thank you for that super chat.
Your face. Got to remove the excess water. Now she's coming
This
out.
is how you do it. Thank you.
Hi, Allison. Good to see you. And I bet you some of you all probably wonder, why is she coming out of a shower with a gown on? I don't know if y'all know that story, but Gil did a thing about Kwame once. And let me just speak on that for a minute. A lot of people really don't really understand that dichotomy. And what I wished is the same for me, that it would have happened for them. Gil and Kwame know each other. They actually played ball together. They actually shared a locker room. They actually shared real life stories that we are not privy to. Their dispute is theirs. It has nothing to do with us. And there's nothing wrong with liking who you like. But a lot of us put ourselves in conversations and situations that have nothing to do with us. One of the things that I believe that really, really, really cooked Gilbert's goat, because when he first came, he kept asking Kwame, let's keep it on basketball. Let's just make fun of each other like what y'all claim y'all like to do, roast. Let's just have fun. But Kwame wanted to talk about personal lives. And then when Kwame started speaking on personal lives, Gilbert started speaking on personal lives. And then Kwame's personal life didn't look as good as we thought. And so we have nothing to do with their dispute. But one of the reasons, everybody say, y'all keep talking about one man for a whole year. Well, Skinny's been talking about me for 8 months, and I'm not near the status of Gilbert Arenas and Kwame Brown. I've never been a millionaire. Never. If you add up all of my annual salaries, it's not going to equal $1 million. And I worked for 42 years. And then it might, I don't know, but I believe it won't. But my point is, when he started calling him the Argilly, meaning the grape word, and he like young women, that's something you have to defend against. And you defend against it however you choose to defend against it. And he has fun while he's doing it. A lot of people don't really understand the dynamics. Uncle Suge, the reason he just keeps horning in on Kwame. Kwame said some dastardly things. Whether anyone wants to believe them or not, they're on video. He said he was sending his nephews to bang Suge's daughter, who is underage. He paid Gravity. And I say paid the same as Amundo is now coming at Suge, and Kwame's over there putting $49.99 donations. Kwame said that for using my video, he was going to donate to me. But he never did. But I went in his chat and gave him permission to use my video, not knowing that he had ever said that. But he said that. It does not matter. Anything to help the cause, if we're really trying to help the cause. 1 minute we're all helping the cause. The next minute we're all calling each other scammers and crooks. No, I don't know what movement that Armando speaks of, but Not Me is not a movement. It's a campaign. And it's about getting laws changed for adults who are bullied online. That's what it's about. It has nothing to do with a money grab. Defamation, look it up under the Federal Code of Civil Procedure, is a damages tort claim. It is not criminal. Anytime anyone would take anyone to task for defamation, it is a civil tort for liable defamation and slanderous assault. So if anyone ever decide to take someone to task for calling them a child predator, the way you take them to task is a defamation lawsuit. I am not a prosecutor. I don't have the ability to determine what case moves forward as a criminal case or what case does not. What I can tell you is the activity of the people that has joined in with this man who called me a child predator has been criminal. But that's going to be up to the judiciary to make that determination. No judge can look at all the laws that's been violated and just say, oh, we're going to let that go. We're going to pretend we didn't see that. You see, where they may not respect us as adults in the code of white supremacy, racism, what they do respect is the code that they've set for themselves and the code that our forefathers wrote into law, and that was the Constitution for the United States. In 1871, the Organic Act of Congress is when we switched to the Constitution of the United States. If we would just research and do our history, that's all I ask any of you. You too could present yourself in court. You know, first it was all a joke. This is a joke. This is fake. She doesn't know what she's doing. Anybody who have themselves for a lawyer has a fool for a lawyer. That's true for lawyers. And I'm not a lawyer. I am an individual, full life breathing woman. Whether acknowledged or not, that's who I am. I am Asiatic, more by bloodline, not by affiliation or association. It is by our bloodline. And Noble Drew R. Lee came up with an organization, because that's the only way we could do it at that time, to teach us who we are and how we need to start going back into our minds, allowing our genetics to open up, allowing the pineal gland, the third eye, to open up and to download, because it's all there. There are many scholars that teach us many things, and we don't understand it. And we don't have to understand it when we first hear it, but we have to start understanding it, because we need to quit believing everything and start knowing something. We gotta start knowing that it's a reason behind everything. That's why timelines are so very important. Just because a person disagreed with you on YouTube, then they start turning against the people that was the most loyal to them. But they say that they love loyalty. I heard Skinny say the other day that he doesn't go against people that give to him. I gave that man $722.33, and he has dragged me from August 21st until today. It is unbelievable, the lies that he tells, and you all just grin and bear it and donate. And then he keeps playing up Intel Wow like he's somebody important in somebody's life other than his. You know, if Intel Wow was that great of a guy, then he wouldn't be and do the things that he do and be and say. And he can't buy me. He's never donated nothing to me. I don't know no Intel, and I don't care how much money Intel have. It makes no difference to me. You have to suck off of him and make him feel like he's the greatest man above you so that you can get the $1,000 donation. Not me. You better read this t-shirt again. Not me. I don't have to do that. You know, I really don't. Let me take a moment to acknowledge my son. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Go Greg, it's your birthday. 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 It's your day, gon' turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Brianna too. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. I love you. Okay. There's some things that I'm going to share today, and it makes no difference to some people. To some people, it may mean something not, and it doesn't been served, which he has. I gave everybody the case number. I'm not posting anything about my case on YouTube. It's in Pacer, and I gave everybody the case number, and you can go read it. And I have to serve him again because I added the businesses, and I've noticed he's changed the name around on his businesses. But I noticed that he just did that since this lawsuit and since he read that I was adding his businesses. So that's willful and intentional fraud. And you guys can believe what you want. I don't have a problem with that. I didn't come here to lie. And I don't owe nobody no apology. But I came here to rid myself of a problem that I didn't have. I didn't start, and I'm not going to tolerate happening to me. Now, this man says that he's never received anything from me. I want to share something with you guys. Let me see if it'll let me bring it up. Not that way. Let me try it another way. Give me a moment. Let me see what I named this. Hold on a minute. Me and this little computer, y'all know we have problems every week. I'm trying to download this. Because it's not giving me this over in my download. Oh, let me go to the desktop. Hold on a minute. Let me go to the desktop. Maybe that's where it is. There it is. It's processing. Okay. Now, some would say that how do we know that this is skinnies? How do you know? You don't know, but I'm telling you it is. This is a tracking number. And this is telling you the status of the letters. He said I never sent him anything. He said I did. He said I sent him something and said he signed for something, which I never said. But he said it. And we have 39 people in the chat. Please, we need 5 likes. I have 34 likes. If you look at this number, this is the tracking number of the letter that I sent to him. The letter, December 19, 2022. It says your item is being held at the Chapin, South Carolina Post Office at 9:22 p.m. December 19th. This is at the request of the customer. So he requested that they hold his mail. This is a letter, December 24th. The delivery status of your item has not been updated as of December 24th. We apologize that it may arrive later than expected. January 7th, your package will arrive later than expected, but it is still on its way. It is currently in transit to the next facility. And these things have not been updated in the system. I don't control the U.S. mail. January 19th, your package will arrive later than expected, but it is still on its way. It is currently in transit to the next facility. March 14th, your item could not be delivered on March 14th at 3:52 p.m. Chapin. It has been held for the required number of days and is being returned to the sender, which I've never received it back. That's February 15th. These are certified letters that I've sent. Your item could not be delivered on April 3rd, 2023 at 11:11 Chapin. It was held for the required number of days and being returned by the sender. Never received it back. March 14th. I think I just read that. Your item is being held at the post office 4:45 p.m. on March 14th. This is at the request of the customer. No, I didn't just read that. And then the latest is the one I sent April 1st. Your package will arrive late than expected, but it's still on the way. It is currently in transit in the next facility. This is the package I just sent on the 7th. Your item arrived at the Capel, Texas Distribution Center, Origin Facility, April 9th, 2023 at 12:22 a.m. The item is currently in transit to the destination, and they expect to receive it on the 11th of April. These are all of the certified letters that I have sent to this defendant, as well as the defendant of YouTube. So it's not that I didn't send to him anything. That's not the situation. I don't control the U.S. mail, and he decides what gets delivered to him and what does not. And he decides what he's going to pick up and what he is not. And he has not chosen to pick up his certified letters. Hi, Osun. Yami, how you doing? Good to see you. As I stated, I won't be showing any of the documents where he's been served and where he'll be served again before Tuesday. I won't show those documents. You can go out on Pacer, look at my last video if you need to know the case number, look up the case, read for yourself everything I've ever done, everything the court has done. And, people laughed, and the Real Truth made all of these false statements on his page, which is, I believe, Skinny Mister, saying that I'm lying, this is fake, false, and phony. He said, my lawyers got involved. BITCH, you wanted them, now they're there. Well, they're not in the system. So I don't know if he has a lawyer or not. But once most people retain an attorney, then they will notify the people that are their opponent and let them know that they have retained them and that any communication would go through them. Since I am the pro se litigant, I present my own case, then I speak in behalf of any authority as well as myself. I don't speak to downgrade, disgrace, or lie on people, but he loved receipts, none of which he ever produces. If he does, he make them up. But I'm going for the full prosecution of the law in every aspect that the law can prosecute. I am not, again, a criminal defense attorney I'm not a criminal prosecutor. I don't make decisions, but I do lay a foundation of a case. I made a living building fraud cases against taxpayers who made way more money than Skinny, way more money than Kwame, Gilbert, and any other body you all know. That was my job. I did that for a living. And trust me, I did it well. I'm very slow, but I'm sure. My mind is not always ticking in the way I want because this is very depressing. It takes a lot of you. It takes a lot out of you, believe it or not, when you're bullied. The emotions are everywhere, and you don't know how to respond and how to react. All you know is you got to do something. But I have to fight for my integrity and my name and the honor of who I am, my parents, my family, my son, my daughter, her children. I must fight for those reasons. Give me a moment and let me answer my door. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Go Greg, it's your birthday. 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 It's your day, gon' turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Brianna too. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. I love you. One thing Skinny loves to talk about is how people don't donate to us broke people and how they don't find us entertaining. I believe people do find us entertaining, and maybe we're not the type of entertainment that they want to donate to, and that's fine. I, really would love to get donations, but if I never get another donation in life, I'm going to be all right because I'm going to do what I need to do, and that is to tell this message that I have to tell. You see, one thing about the code of white supremacy racism, what it does is keep us at odds with each other. And I'm going to go back now to Dr. Frances Cress Welsing. And when she gives us a little, I'm not going to play the whole video. I'm going to play the part where she talks about us as a people and pretty much how we got in the condition of where we hate each other, men and women. Where we ought not do that, we do it. And it's unbelievable. It's sad, but there is a reason. And when you look at those 9 areas of life that we don't control, y'all, and if anybody think they do, just go to the bank right now. I'm not talking about the ATM. Just go to the bank right now and withdraw your money. You can't do that. You don't have control to do that. If you think labor, you control labor and you work for someone else, don't call in tomorrow. Just don't go. Just say, forget it. I'm going to do what I want to do today. I ain't got to tell nobody nothing. Try that. But tomorrow, just one day. And if by chance you don't get that call or that letter letting you know you're no longer employed, try it the next day and just see how many days that you can get away with that. But I want to share this, and this is on Black World Channel. And on Black World Channel, I'm using this under the Fair Use Act, and I'm using this for education, critique, and to help us understand that there is truly a system in place, and the system is in place to keep us divided as a people. We all should respect one another and know that we're all human. We have more in common than we don't. And for by any chance, if you see any of the items that Maria has worked so hard and so beautiful in making my links, if you see anything that you may be interested in any of my product, if anyone would like to purchase my Not Me t-shirts, please contact me via email. I really would love to push my t-shirts so that people can know that not me doesn't mean Cheryl. Not me means you, the individual. We are a triune being. It is me, myself, and I. So it's not you who's going to tolerate bullying or any other behavior that is unacceptable. Hi, Ryan. Glad you made it. I know you were having a good time with the kids. I just love it. Glad you made it for however long you're here. But listen to Dr. Welsing as she tell us a little bit about what she spent her life doing. And so when we choose to take this road and to talk about the injustices against us as a people, most of us who do not like what's happening to us, we say we want to do something about it, but all we do is tear each other down and talk about it. Hi, Nitty Vans. I'm glad you're here. So let me just let you hear what she has to say as I share my screen, because it is very interesting. Again, I want to give a shout out to Black World 773, and I want to thank them for having this interview with Dr. Welsing. If you're not aware of Dr. Welsing, please go and look at her videos. Just put in her name. There's so many different people that actually interviewed her and she did lectures on. I don't know if she has a channel for herself, but let's listen.
Was roving. You see, we got to embrace ourselves, because as long as we are denying reality, we cannot oppose this side.
Where she came in at, she said Master was roving. She's talking about how we have the thing with colorism as light shades of who we are as a people. And how do we think that that happened? And that's where she's coming in at.
So we're going to love ourselves. See, love all the colors. Love all of the colors. But we are no longer hiding from crystal black. We're not going to hide from fear. We're going to look at it because, well, this is interesting. Like I tell patients in my office, don't call yourself names. I don't care what you're doing. Don't call yourself names. Embrace yourself and say, now, this is interesting. My behavior is interesting. This is absolutely fascinating behavior. Dr. Welsing says it comes from white supremacy. But we have to take 100% responsibility for turning the behavior around. You see, but no, we didn't produce this chaos. They produced it, but we are going to change it. Loving ourselves all the way to white people. Do you hate us? No, we don't hate you. But we are going to checkmate your behavior. You know, they say that what? Black people are the first people. The mothers and fathers of everybody on the planet came from crystal black people, okay? Now, how many people had a grandmother that all she had to do was raise an eyebrow? I had one grandmother that would just raise an eyebrow and came to attention. Now, since we are the parents of everybody, the white, are you going to try to kill us? No. But we're just going to monitor behavior like the grandparents, you see? If we see them getting out of line and practicing some white supremacy and getting ready to do some devilment for white genetic survival, we'll say, sit down. Sit down. Like the white people used to tell me when I was training in child psychiatry, Francis, you can get all the children well, little white children and little black children. But the little white children, I tell them what my grandmother told me, put your bottom in the seat and sit down. We're going to act civilized now. But that's our job. Can we carry out that job running behind our children? Can we carry out that job running from truth? See, part of the problem, even with children listening to parents, if parents are running from the truth, not showing wisdom, the children say, look at these chumps, they're as silly as we are. So they won't listen. So no, we are going to be leading this, talking about what? The elimination of white supremacy, establishing justice, so as to have peace on this planet. But as Mr. Fuller will probably talk about, you cannot get peace without eliminating white supremacy. Do you see? Because that is the greatest evil. You got the smallest number of people feeling that they have to mistreat the largest number of people so that they can genetically survive. So nothing can work out like that. Nothing can work out like that. The male-female relationships will not work until white supremacy has been checkmated. Do you see? It won't work. Because they keep having an action coming this way. See, they have an attack. Here's the black male, and here's the black female. One of the main methods of white supremacy is dividing and conquering, keeping the black male from the black female. Okay? Unemploy him, and you will put an argument in the household. Okay? So
let me stop it there for a moment and let's talk about that. You see, what we don't understand is there really is a dynamic that keeps us fighting against one another. And a lot of times we blame each other, but it is not our fault to a degree. But we must take responsibility for our behavior and our actions. But if we can learn to communicate and solve problems, and remember, communicating comes with questions and answers. Neva Fuller made that very clear. But you learned in elementary school, and this is one of the things Kwame used to talk about when he used to talk about great things, is in communication. You learn to ask the what, the when, the where, the why, the how, the who. You know those W's? And if you formulate questions asking those things, not necessarily in that order, whichever order you need to put them, if you would formulate your questions to an individual, and if you would make an agreement, and boy, I would have to make an agreement because it's hard for me to do this, but if you would make an agreement that if I ask you a question, I'm going to be quiet and listen to your answer. And then you talk back and forth in that manner. And I think anybody that have a real honest conversation should have a pen and paper in their hand. They should have their questions together and what they're going to ask. They should make notes of what the individual says in the answer. And then they should have their talking points from that conversation, not back when we was 20 and I thought I liked you, but I really didn't. We should be having conversations. We can do a timeline back to where we met, where we were then, where we are, where we came from, and where we are today. We can't all do that. But what I'm just saying to you is it is just very important that if we as a people learn to have open dialect or dialogue and just listen to one another, we would be amazed at how we could just change the atmosphere in where we live, the atmosphere of the people around us. Some people are never going to accept you. They're never going to like you. They're going to always laugh and make fun of you. That's who those people are. You remove yourself from those people. But what you can do is create an environment that's conducive to learning and to growth and to health and to living life and living life more abundantly, whether you have money or not. You're going to always have people who tell me I don't know what I'm talking about, and I must be talking about the Nawapians or the Galapians or the Balapatins, or I must be talking about the whoop, 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 and the 1%. None of that impresses me, and none of that is what I'm talking about. I'm talking about what I'm talking about. I'm not talking about somebody else's knowledge. I'm glad they have knowledge. Super horsification, supernovacation, super whatever you go by-cation. I think that you may have some degree of intelligence, some. I really do. I think you may have some good intentions, but I think that you have a real distorted view of who I am and what this thing called YouTube is about. And if you think for 1 minute you going up there doing all that talk with Skinny with all your reasoning, that's just why he hated me, because you can see some things beyond what he want you to see. But when it happens to you, you'll be okay because you're knowledgeable and perhaps you'll be able to handle it and deal with it. But let's get back to my subject on Dr. Wilson and how she's telling us about what we can do as a people to be better. Everybody, please hit the like button if you haven't hit it already. I would greatly appreciate it. And feel free to leave a comment after the video.
Force keeps coming this way, and by us holding on to each other, you can't stop this force. In other words, if a force is coming at you and you're just trying to hold hands and hold tight, the force will break right through that. Do you see? But if these people will oppose the force, then they will stop the force from splitting them apart. But they have to, do a Nelson and Winnie Mandela. He fights it and she fights it. Okay? And that's what will bring them together. Okay? But let me talk a little bit. Where's the time? I'm kind of confused about the time. It's early. Okay, let's talk about the implications of this. White supremacy, I say, the thrust for white genetic survival has to put its primary attack on the black man. It's an attack on non-white people in general, black people in particular, black men most particularly, because females cannot impose white genetic annihilation. Is everybody with that? You really are? Why? No, right, okay. The reason being is that men, whether they are white, black, brown, red, or yellow, can impose sexual intercourse. A man can say, I want to have sex with you. You say no. If he was of the mind to, he can say, I'm going to make you. I have a weapon. Okay? No, everybody hopes that wouldn't happen, but he has that potential. If I found a man in the audience and I say, you are going to have sex with me tonight, and he says, I have a headache for you, and then I say, I have my weapon. See, physiology would what? He jumps into fear, and what will happen? See? I mean, if a woman frightens a man, he will lose his erection, right? See, unemployment can cause impotence. So you know an M16 rifle or a big knife? Okay. So that is why very often in a white job situation, they'll have a black lady, she might be a receptionist, and the black man is in a mailroom. Somebody described that as at a lecture. That was what was going on their job. You see what I'm saying? Because what? The black female does not present fear. And in addition to that, the white male, this is a little digression, he's thinking, well, maybe I can get her in bed, because white men say they are not men until they have had sexual intercourse with a black woman. Ooh, I don't know. That's what they say. Not what I told them to say, that's what they say. Okay? That's what is played out in golf.
And when she said that's what they say, she's not talking about every single European man that walks. She's only talking about the ones who say that. And we all have heard plenty of people say that, whether we knew them personally or not. I want to shout out to Black World 773 for this interview with Dr. Wilson, and he posted it. And I'm going to get back to Dr. Wilson.
Golf is a game that is played by what? The most powerful white men. How is that game played? Long stick held between legs. Those long sticks used to be carried by black men. Caddies, right? Okay, stick, long stick held between legs. Little white ball. Now note how Michael Jordan takes that ball. But here they go. Putt. Now Michael Jordan has no problem making a hole in one. Putt, 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 and where does the little ball go? The little white ball goes where? A hole. Where's a hole? In black Mother Earth. Okay, so let's go back to the implications. This attack on the black male. Here's the black female and the black male. They have fallen in love. They say, let's get married. Nobody taught them about white supremacy, but now the little children are going to learn about white supremacy when they're 2 and 3 months old. See, we get real sophisticated. We'll be playing some tapes about white supremacy when the little baby's in the utero, and the little babies will jump out talking about white genetic annihilation. People in the nursery schools are wondering, what are these children talking about? Okay. But if nobody teaches about white supremacy and how it works and what's going on, like Mr. Fuller says, if you don't understand white supremacy, what it is and how it works, everything else that you think you understand will only confuse you, okay? But we are not taught about white supremacy. We're given Dick and Jane and Spot and Puff and whatever else they have going, you see? Not about racism so that these people fall in love and they get married, but white supremacy is raining down. And say, we've got to attack this black male because he might cause white genetic annihilation. That's, by the way, what sexism is about. You know, the white male holding the white female down? Why? Because she said her ideal mate was tall, dark, and handsome. And so if they were to let her go, my goodness, she would cause white genetic annihilation. Now, gentlemen, let me just say this here. Don't mistake that to mean that you are supposed to join with her. Or ladies, now Mr. Fuller will talk about on the chessboard. See, we have this chessboard idea, and we put 9 areas of activity, and so one of these columns would be sex, and this last one would be war. Okay. Under sex, the white lady makes her move on the board, and she says to the black man in the college, aren't you in my French class? I thought we could study together. See, because no black man makes the move to the white lady without her signaling. She's got to throw a signal that you can make that move. Okay. So she's been sent on mission. But the counter-racist black man will say, you are beautiful. I have been trained to admire blonde, blue-eyed, white skin. You are so beautiful. But I am on counter-racist mission. See, that's the issue, right? I am on counter-racist mission. Cannot go any place with you without black lady by my side. So she's stunned, just like a stun gun hit her. She says, this has never happened before. So she asked him again. And he says, I'm on counter-racist mission. Even though I admire you, have been trained for 26 years to love white people. Oh, and if you touch me with little white hands and a flick of your blonde hair, I might faint. But will not go. So she returns to camp. See, she went on a reconnaissance mission. She reports to her battalion officer. No response. Okay. Back. Okay. No sexual intercourse. Codification. Mr. Fuller, United Independent Compensatory Code System concept to eliminate white supremacy. No sexual intercourse between black people and white people, non-white people and white people until for those who feel so inclined. Until white supremacy is eliminated from the planet. So the white lady or the white man, I must have you. And so the counter-racist black person says, you must go to your community and stamp out white supremacy. You see, that will be a test of your love. Neely Fuller had told me a long time ago, he said, Francis, if you want to see how this works, just run it out. I was up in Yakima, Washington, and this was a predominantly, few black people, mostly white, some years ago. And so it just occurred to me to say, no sexual.
Let me just stop this right there and let you guys know that I did alter the video a little bit by speeding it up a little bit according to the YouTube guidelines. This is being used under the Fair Use Act, and it is for education, criticism, critique for the chat and anyone that's looking and listening, and for open discussion once this finishes. I do have a couple of videos on bullying, and I know you guys are anticipating the one with the great Gilbert Arenas, who was bullied once, even though he's been labeled a bully several times because of his pranks and antics. And what he loves to do is he says he's petty. And again, as long as you're roasting, whatever you call it, and you're doing it in an equal playing field, then that's what you do. And that's what you expect here on YouTube. That's the entertainment part of it. It's when you step out of bounds and start attacking individuals and who they are as a person and their families who have nothing to do with YouTube. And that's when you cross that line. But let me just go back to Dr. Francis because she's telling us some good stuff. I hope you guys are taking a few notes.
Intercourse between black and white people until white supremacy is eliminated. Mr. Fuller has said, just watch the response. And so I had never done that in a white audience. And some white professors were right in the middle of this center section. And I said, no sexual intercourse between white and black people until white supremacy is eliminated from the planet. These white men, no. I mean, I just laughed because it was exactly what he said. What happened? See, we have no idea how much of a motivation that would be. Mm-hmm. But here's this black lady and this black gentleman that white supremacy is hitting. Unemploy him, force him out of the home, force them to argue. You see, because they don't know that the force is out here and what they turn right or left and look at each other. And the argument goes between them and they're calling each other bad names and tension. So she's left with the children. Okay? He's gone. Or he might be trying to, I am a man, and he gets 3 other ladies or something. Not understanding this is white supremacy that has captured manhood and womanhood. Okay. So here are the children. And so she's upset. Not with white supremacy because she didn't understand white supremacy. She's upset with him. And then she reflects that to her attitude towards the male child. There you go, acting like that. No good. You see? She's not bad. He's not bad. What? We are victims of white supremacy. Didn't understand what was happening. Okay? So she's shouting at the little boy one of the things, he can get mad and get angry, and then he goes out and becomes a rapist. What? I'm going to get me some love, right? Now I'm big enough. So that's one of the tragic outcomes. Another outcome, the little boy sees how mommy is relating to the little girl, and he just wants to be loved too. So mommy doesn't understand, daddy didn't understand, little children did. So he sees mommy able to relate to sister. Then he says, Mommy, can I put some fingernail polish on? Let me try your earring. Do you all hear me? Yeah. And so white supremacy says, fine, if he goes to jail, I got him where I want him. If he's surrounded by mother, auntie, grandmother, and sister, and I feminize him and move him on my scale to bisexuality and then homosexuality, I've got him where I want him, okay? See, they know their moves on the board. What are they playing? In other words, homosexuality, bisexuality, what? Moves towards genocide. Or if the males are thinking about having sexual relations with males, then there's no threat to what? White genetic annihilation. So they just have it, for example. How many people saw Mr. Phil Donahue's show? It was in Washington a couple of weeks back. Some young black males were transvestites. They looked like beautiful women. And Mr. Donahue was, oh, you're so beautiful. Oh, you're so beautiful. And the mothers were there. Oh, mother, and you're so proud. I'm sure you're proud of your son. Hey. The next week, Mr. Donahue had two black men, homosexual. They got married. Mr. Donahue was dressed in his formal attire to participate in the wedding. They kissed in the mouth. They held hands as they cut the wedding cake. And he sent them off on their wedding. And he was ecstatic. I wrote to him. Okay? See, my statement, you have sons. Can you see yourself praising your sons for dressing like women? You see? See, this is not a put down of anybody's sexuality. People don't choose their sexuality. They wake up and they find that they are programmed one direction or another. But by structuring households where the father is missing, you can effeminize the behavior of males. It's not magic. So you can make a male start focusing on penis in mouth and penis in anus. Anus. Those are opposite ends of the gastrointestinal tract. That's the way the body feeds itself. We were sitting down at lunch and talking about, you know, how your body, your mind will say, you need some greens. How many people have had that experience? If there is a deficiency, see, if the father hasn't, see that whole thing, a father holding the hand of a 2 or 3-year-old male child.
Okay, I'm going to stop that there. And I'd like for y'all to put in the chat, if you would, anybody that's still here. How many of y'all have had that experience? How many? Hi, Natasha. Dimple D, hey, I don't know if I said hey to you, Cutting, hey. Harden Boyston, glad you're here. Please hit the like button, everybody. We have 39 likes. Please hit the like button. We don't have that many people in here now, but we've had a little bit more than that. Harden Borston said, stop the bullying, just stop. I saw a live yesterday with a lady who do outreach for struggling families, homeless and trafficking. She searched for a runaway 10-year-old who was bullied at school. Yeah, I'm going to do a couple of bullying videos when I finish with this, and they're not long. And one of Mr. Gilbert Arenas when he was bullied. And I like what he said, although he's going to have some F words in there. And so I hope YouTube will forgive that, but they may not. But I don't care at this point because it's worth it what he said, and the topic is worth it. So just bear with me. I appreciate everybody for being here and for staying. And let's get back to Dr. Wilson because she's going to really break something down that's very interesting that I think we all need to know. Here we go. Well, it's supposed to be here we go, but we're not going. Give me a moment. Let me get back to the video because I think what happened was sometimes when you stop them, it does the, what do you call that? The buffing. So let's see how it works. Oh, hold on a minute. Hold on, let me take this down. And let's start back sharing. Give me a moment.
Walking with that child, see the strength that's pouring down his arm, through his fingers into the hand of the little baby. And teaching the little baby how the male wrist is supposed to move. And a little baby that didn't experience that, holding the hand of a mommy who might be 16 or 26, and grandmother and auntie and cousin. And so then somebody says they have a weak wrist. Do you all understand? So I said, can you see yourself praising your son for marrying a male on television that goes all over the world? I mean, he was absolutely ecstatic. Mr. Neely Fuller said, what about if his son came home wanting to marry a black male dressed as a female? Now, can you see? Oh, this is wonderful. Let's cut the cake. You see, but the television, it plays out. You know, everything that's on television is what? Geared to white genetic survival, preventing white genetic annihilation. You know, either put all the black men in prison, the ones that are left on the street, give them drugs that you have developed, ethno-specific drugs. See, well, let me just finish this, a female child. If the mother is trying to provide financial support and emotional support, what can happen to the children? She's tired. And so the children don't get enough lap time. That's not how many times you run around the track, as a little child told me. I said, how many people know what lap time in high school? Okay, they said running around the track. No, that's sitting on mother's lap until the baby said, let me down. You know, little baby said, okay, let me down. See, if they don't get lap time, the end result will be alcoholism, drug addiction, or sex obsession. See, trying to get comforted as a human being, it's like a vitamin deficiency. So the little children who don't get lap time, like I tell all the little children, if you are engaging in sexual activity as a child, you are not bad. You are simply saying, I want my mommy's lap. See, I want to be close. I want to be close. So when we don't have the circumstances under white supremacy, and that is produced, there's sex obsession, little children are having sex. I want to have your baby. If you love me, you have my baby. You see, these are tragedies under white supremacy because children cannot take care of children. They cannot. And so then they say, well, they have an epidemic of teen pregnancy. You're right. This is a symptom of white supremacy. And we didn't understand it, so we were falling victim to it. But now we're going to change it. Counter-racist ladies. No children until 30. See, we're not talking about what we want to do or what feels good. We're talking about prosecuting the war, right? Now, men, hold on. No children till 35. No more than 2, no closer together than 3 years apart. No, because see, white supremacy keeps saying younger and younger. When I started putting out these figures, some white person came along and said, you know, it's really did a study, you know, studies, grants and studies, okay? Did a study and said, well, it really is not such a bad idea for these black children to start having children because really there's not anything else that they're going to be able to do. Hey. So this is really one of the more constructive things that they can be into. And so now what are they doing in the schools? Putting nursery schools in the junior highs and the high schools. See, while the white people are going to be doing history, geography, and math, and then the Eastern Europeans are going to be coming over and entering the schools and doing history, geography, and math, and what are we going to be doing? Tending babies. Do you all understand? See that message? You're not going to be involved in the competition that's going on. No, we have a place for you. No education, taking care of babies. And as I gave a lecture someplace and the teacher said, yes, that's right, they take a break at 10 o'clock to go to the nursery. And then there's a break at 2 o'clock. And then they take the babies home at 3 o'clock. Where is the studying being done if black people are going to have to be responsible for their own self-sufficiency and development? You all, we better understand that every baby that is sitting on the lap of somebody who is immature, not bad, immature, is going to be vulnerable to the stress of white supremacy. And white supremacy said, we got something for you. We got every kind of designer drugs that we've made for your particular kind of nervous system. I saw a TV program, first saw it in Canada and saw it in DC this past week. Here are some scientists from the National Institutes of Health talking about drug abuse. So we are interested in the difference in different populations. Now they had little mice. We are interested because there is a difference in the way that different populations of organisms respond to drugs. So they had the little black mouse in his cage, tapping the little lever to get his injection of cocaine, tapping it until he died. Then they had a little white mouse, albino mouse, little blue-eyed white hair mouse. And they said some organisms can leave the drug alone. Do you think that people cannot create chemicals that are specific to the nervous system of highly melanated people? See, we're going to change. You know, we were unsophisticated people. Ever loving, ever accepting, not thinking. We are going to start thinking. Does anybody think, after they ran the Tuskegee syphilis experiment on black men, does anybody think that people would not sit in a laboratory and make a virus? You know, just like they were saying, it's you that's genetically inferior, and it was themselves. And then oh, this virus came out of Africa. Hey, it came out of your lab. See, in the papers recently, big controversy, Dr. Gallo, the one who talked about the virus coming out of Africa. Now he's supposed to have been lying about having found the virus. One lie is always supported by a minimum of 25 other lies. Okay? I hope we got that. Did you all write this down? 30, 35, 2, 3. This might be the lottery number. But we better play it in real life. See, very serious. See, very serious. We have got to decree on the black side of the chessboard, we are not putting any more black children in the foster care system, in the welfare system. See, just ask the little children. They go through horror. They go through horror. See, nobody's bad who ever put their children in foster care, anything like that. But we didn't understand white supremacy then. We have got to understand it and understand what the home is the first teacher. The home is the first teacher? Right. We cannot ask people in the school to what? Make up for what didn't happen in the first school.
Makes sense.
See, knowing that it's white supremacy anyway. When the information that black children are second to none from birth. So there's no excuse. But white supremacy says, I can't have them functioning at the highest level because they will threaten white genetic survival. And so we have to say, no, no, no. They are going to be the highest developed children, second to none on this planet.
We as parents must
And we
do
are
that.
going to take responsibility to see that it happens, and we will be preventing AIDS also. Do you all understand? That's a part of the war. They ran here sex. We made them sex obsessed so we can put a virus out here that is sexually transmitted. And they'll be talking about they don't care, they got to get some. Get on up, sex machine. So then over on the counter racist side of the board, no, we say we are putting the P and the V under discipline. That's penis and vagina. What are we doing? We're taking them to the library and putting them on a chair. Take them to S1 books. Buy some books and go home and do birth control in your own house at a chair and desk. See, we wanted to counter the white supremacists will be saying, God, they're buying books. They're at the lot. Wait a minute. We're going to have to send a whole battalion out here. We got to get them off course. Say, no, we understand white supremacy until it's over. We're going to bring this under discipline. See, you can't, if you mistreat children, and that could mean you just don't understand what you're doing as a parent, the children will come back and wage war on you. Which brings me to the point that that's what happened to our white children. Hey, human life began in Africa amongst black people. We produced some albino mutants and put them out of the Garden of Eden. Get out. They had to go directly north to get out of the sun. Get out your map. I saw a nice one in S1 books. Directly north of Africa is what? Europe. Okay? And so they moved up here. We put them out because we said, well, you don't have skin color. It looks like something's wrong. That's just like now. Child has a genetic defect. They put them where? In an institution. They isolate them. So these people were put out. And so then they say that their civilization started in Rome with Romulus and Remus. Read, people, right? Romulus and Remus were doing what? Nursing on a wolf. Go to your Britannica. That'll be the easiest way. Just look it up. White people say that Western civilization began in Rome, 736 BC. Romulus and Remus. And the symbol of Romulus and Remus were these two little children nursing on a wolf. A wolf is a canine, like a dog. They still say man's best friend is a dog. See, black people say man's best friend is God, and you turn that word around and you got D-O-G. They don't say bring the homeless black people in, it's cold outside. Well, you all don't have that problem here. See, but they'll say make sure your dog has all the vitamins, all the minerals to keep its coat. Right? Now, black people can be starving, right? Neely Fuller said on the plane, just struck me, Neil. He said, if somebody was going around killing all the dogs in a neighborhood, it would be all kinds of protest. But people are just going around killing black people. No protest. Okay, but let me go back to my point. So Romulus and Remus, the little children that we put out, and I say to white people, maybe we were the first foster parents or abusing parents, and we're sorry. But we're going to get your behavior straight. So now look at what they did. At some point, they came back to Africa, dogging the people. Dogging, get that? Dogging the black people. Then they took the black people out and took them, some of them, to America. And then they started saying, now you are going to put the black baby out in the box, in the field, and you're going to nurse the white baby. Do you see that? The baby that was put out is now forcing them to nurse the baby. Bennett's what? United Colors of Benetton, how many people saw that ad? Where they had the black woman, large black woman, big breasts, and the mouth of a white baby, ad that just recently came out. But beyond that, what do they call us over here? Mammy? How I love you, my dear old mammy. Pappy? Aunt Jemima? Uncle Ben? See, we're still feeding them. That image of the black person feeding them is still significant to them. So I'm saying we learn from this example, these barbarians that were produced having to be raised by this wolf. And so then we put our children out because not taking care of them under white supremacy that created the conditions. And then these children come back and what? War on the community. So we say, hey, white supremacy, we're going to get it straight. 30, 35, 2, 3. We can't get these people to have any babies at their early age. It's going to be hard for us to get them on these drugs. You can immunize a person to the use of alcohol, drugs, and sex obsession by putting them on a mature lap and not knocking them off prematurely. Imagine a little baby. Think about from a little baby's position. Little baby's 1 year old. And he's hardly getting it together, even that advanced nervous system, when the stomach starts knocking him off. And then he's 18 months old, standing, somebody saying, you're a big boy. He says, I'm a baby. Somebody pick me up. Do you all understand? So you don't feel bad? This is what white supremacy created. There are African cultures where you can't have a child closer than 2 years together. You'll be shamed because what? The little baby that doesn't get attention is not going to be as mature at 25 or 30 as it needs to be self-sufficient in the community. You see, but white supremacy put these conditions on us, and they've turned this thing completely upside down. But what? We're going to understand it because they can't fix it for us. Do you all understand? They cannot fix it. Sent me to Germany, 1957, because I said, I want to understand what happened over here. I want to live with these people, talk to them directly. Did you understand what you're going to your neighbors, found out nice white people? Francis, come and live in our house. But when I asked them about what they were doing to their neighbors, they would just look down at their shoes, meaning what? They knew what was happening, they allowed it to happen. So I learned that nice people will kill their neighbors under the right conditions. What were the right conditions? They kept saying their neighbors were Semites. And so I had trouble with that word. I'd look it up. And you'd say a Semite is somebody who speaks a Semitic language. Now, every child knows you don't define a word with the same word. So I said, uh-oh. So I kept looking at this word, Semite, Semite. And the brain computer said, Semi is the Latin prefix for half. Semicircle, half circle. Semite, half black and half white. The population that was created in Africa by Greek and Roman soldiers coming into Africa, having sexual intercourse with African women, producing a mulatto population. Some of these people wanted to follow their fathers back up into Europe. Just like we say, I didn't leave nothing in Africa. I'm an American. So they said, I'm a European. That's like some of the people, mixed. Well, if my mother's white, why do I have to call myself colored? Because you are. See, but the people didn't understand, so they went up and kept trying to integrate themselves and try to be accepted. And then having sex with white people to make the population get lighter and get rid of the woolly hair and get rid of the swarthy skin and blue eyes and blonde hair, if at all possible. And so that went on for a long time, and in the mid-19th century, they were integrated. The universities were opened up, come out of the ghetto, everything is fine, we are really in. They started marrying European women, German women, and then Adolf Hitler came along. He said, enough of this.
Okay, I hope y'all enjoyed that session. Happy birthday, Gregory. I see you dropped in to visit us. Let me do your birthday song. I don't know if you're still here. But y'all, let me wish Greg happy birthday, please, before I finish my commentary. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Go Greg, it's your birthday. 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 It's your day, gon' turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Brianna too. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. I love you. Okay. Happy birthday, Greg. Okay, I seen that Harden had something to say. And he said her own daughter tried to commit suicide because she was also bullied at school. She is that type of parent that wanted to enter the school to fight the bullies herself. And he's talking about the thing that he said before that I read, where he said, stop bullying. Stop the bullying. Just stop. I saw a live yesterday with a lady who do outreach for struggling families, homeless and trafficking. She searched for a runaway 10-year-old who was bullied at school. And then that's when he went on to say her own daughter tried to commit suicide because she was also bullied at school. She is that type of parent that wanted to enter the school to fight the bullies herself. And I know quite a few people like that, and they really would do that. Bullying is very serious, and although we see it as a child's issue, with social media, it has become prevalent on social media. But bullying takes place in all walks of life. And the next video that I'm about to show you guys is one where this young lady, I'll let her tell her story. And it's coming to us from CBS News, Channel 2 in Chicago, Cook County court reporter. And so let's share her story on bullying. That's why I want you to know that I'm very serious about bullying. It's not just a money grab for me. It's just not because I laughed when I was in other people's chats when it was happening to other people, and now that it's me. I want you all to understand that that's true of all of us, because all of you all are still laughing in other people's chats, that you know some of the things that they're saying and doing is not right, but you laugh and you donate anyway. It's not until that person, and trust me, if now that people can see the TYs, the Straight Talks, the South Sides, the brown skin lady, that it can happen to them and they've done nothing. See, I can't tell you when you're lying on someone else. I can just tell you when you're lying on me, because that I know firsthand. And now they know that they did nothing wrong, but now they're being talked about like I was being talked about, and like they participated in the talk. They didn't say a lot of the nasty stuff, but they didn't speak against it either. And they just participated. And then they start making up stuff and making up their own stuff. So listen to this young lady as she tells her story on what happened to her in the workplace. So this is a workplace, y'all, for us that have channels. We are actually partners with YouTube. So do understand that this is serious. It's not a joke. It's not funny. And it doesn't feel good at all. Now, let me just get this up on the screen. This is about bullying in the workplace. Bear with me, please. I'm just going to cut my camera off for when I go big on the screen. I'll cut it back on. This is channel 2 in Chicago. And let me just alter it a little bit. Do know that I'm using this under the Fair Use Act. For critique, criticism, education, and here we go.
In the halls of justice, she says she's being bullied on the job.
And she's not alone. CBS 2's Lauren Victory looks at how ignoring the issue could cost county taxpayers big money.
The daily flow in and out of this Chicago criminal courthouse brings case on top of case about murder and mayhem.
Listening to stories that are, sometimes horrible.
Regina Clemmer records each detail using a machine like this. She's a Cook County court reporter. They write every word spoken in a courtroom.
I mean, it's a job of concentrating. You got to get every word.
For hours sometimes, or for hearing after hearing, the reporters join a crucial crew in the courthouse.
Security, and you got judges, and you should be safe.
But inside these halls of justice, Clemmer's been anxious and uncomfortable for years.
What are some of the things that this woman would do to you?
She would block my path. She would take her computer bag and strike me as she's walking.
A fellow court reporter who Clemmer says joined forces with several others. They apparently called themselves the Family.
I was tripped, I was hit, I was pushed, I was shoved.
Disciplinary documents show Cook County's Office of the Chief Judge looked into Clemmer's complaints in 2016.
It was investigated what happened in that office. It was deemed a hostile work environment.
Bullying and race discrimination were confirmed too. Serious workplace issues that led the Family to be broken up. Some court reporters were ordered to transfer to other county court buildings, like this one in Markham.
My babies.
Clemmer's tried to make peace with her problems through therapy, yoga, and volunteering with dogs. But more than 6 years after that internal county investigation, the stenographer says a bully still lurks in the Chicago courthouse.
We were told to stay away from each other.
That means working in different areas of the building and using separate bathrooms. The other court reporter is aware that she should avoid Miss Clemmer's hallway, says a supervisor's email in 2022, and yet
she walks up and down my hallway. She stands outside my door.
And she's not supposed to.
She's not supposed to.
So this person has learned I can push somebody's buttons just by standing in the hallway and looking at them. in an intimidating way.
Susan Johnson from the University of Washington, Tacoma researches workplace bullying
And
explains the psychological effect.
so you're always on this constant state of alert or threat.
Not exactly conducive to a job that requires intense concentration. Clemmers complained again to her higher-ups.
And what was the solution?
For me to look down at the floor. That's their answer to the problem.
Clemmer claims management even suggested she transfer courthouses, avoid the problem by moving. That same recommendation by the same administration recently cost taxpayers more than $1 million.
Oh, finally get to see you.
Now that I'm sort of like in the recovery phase. And
That's Helen Miller, whose lawsuit we told you about last fall.
2 Cook County Sheriff's deputies terrified and humiliated her for years.
Miller was also a Cook County court reporter who also complained about a hostile work environment, then also was encouraged to move to a different court location.
And the way we were talked to was so similar.
Clemmer felt compelled to reach out to Miller
it's very
after seeing her story on CBS 2.
You know, you're an embarrassment. Why don't you leave? Why don't you transfer?
It's disheartening, you know, and really it stems greatly from how the administration is run, how, you know, things are ignored.
In Miller's case, an independent judge suggested a reasonable jury would find her managers were apathetic to her hostile work environment claims. They apparently failed to investigate or follow its own policies. Miller settled with the office of the chief judge. Total cost, nearly $1.3 million billed to the residents of Cook County.
I think management wasn't trained. They didn't know how to handle a situation like this. This is what's going on in this office. And, you know, it's affecting people's lives.
All this inside our justice system. Could there be more workplace complaints that turn into lawsuits? And will taxpayers be on the hook? Lauren Victory, CBS 2 News.
And so to the person that says that this is just a money grab, what you're suing for are damages. Damages to your reputation, damages to who you are as a person, damages to future earnings, damages to your very being. To be called a child predator. No one knows me in this world of YouTube. No one knows me in the world that this cast out to. And I would hate to be a person who are recognized as being Toothless Tiger, and I'm thinking it's because they like my show or my content, and they're looking at me as a child predator and want to do something to me. That is not funny. It is not funny what this lady experienced. It's not funny what the lady before her experienced. There are many of bullying videos that you can watch. Most of them pertain children, but they do also affect adults. I found a video as I was looking through my videos, and it was one of Gilbert Arenas being bullied. Hi, Lovey. I just seen that you're here. Hi, Canes Forever. I see that you're here. Let me see if it's somebody else here that I didn't recognize because I was playing my video. I want to thank you a moment ago for the individual that made a donation to my Cash App, and I want to acknowledge you. And so let me do that now by saying thank you. One moment.
Your face. You got to remove the excess water. Now she's coming
This
out.
is how you do it. Thank you.
Let me take you back to my elementary school days. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. People. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. I didn't do nothing to these people. People. I didn't do anything to these people, but I'm being bullied anyway. We will stop the bullying, and it starts with me. My new hashtag, not me. Okay. I'm just, when I found this video of Gilbert Arenas being bullied by David Stern, I was really happy to find that video. So I contacted Mr. Arenas, I'm going to call him for this moment, and asked him for permission to use his video in my campaign against bullying. I was very surprised when he hit me back a couple of days later and told me, yes, that he wants his content spoken of. He does not strike individuals for using his content. This is what helps us grow when we promote one another. And I appreciate him for this. And he just told me to just don't take everything so serious, and just know that once you let people know what bothers you, then they'll continue to do it. And then I just let him know that in case he didn't know, the reason why it's very serious for me is I was called a child predator on YouTube. One of the definitions of a child predator is you must be convicted of that crime. And this person who had the balls, the unmitigated gall, to talk all of this talk about me, the big bad wolf who's very honest, is dodging service. But he was served, and if you go look, you'll see that he was served. And I have to serve him again, and he shall be served again. I also have to submit a motion asking the judge for more time and why I need more time in the event he dodged the service that's coming to him. What he doesn't understand is the judge can take jurisdiction by virtue of his dodging. He said the other day, and he called me a bitch with such vehemence, I did not even understand where all of this anger is coming from. But he said he got his lawyers involved. But if you look at our case, and once you pull up the case, you do query, and it'll give you all of the topics over to the left, and you look up attorneys on the case. But when you first, if you hit attorneys, it'll show you that there are no attorneys on the case. There is no attorneys from YouTube, and one person said in their anger, when they were angry at me, doesn't this stupid woman know you can't sue YouTube and be on their platform? Yeah, you can. You can sue your employer, your partner, and still have a business. This is a business. This is not fun and games. We're here to entertain, but we're not here to be abused and misused. And YouTube does not always follow their own policies. And as he stated that he and Armando Black are undefeated at this YouTube stuff, meaning mistreating and lying and putting out things about people. I never put down Armando, but yet he continues to put me down. And that's his right. And he says that he's going to sue me as well. He visited with his lawyer, and he's just waiting. If these people are serious about what they're saying, you don't just wait. He doesn't have to. He said that I took away 50 people and added him. He even mentioned John Goodwill, who has never been named anywhere in my lawsuit. But I've taken down nobody and added him. He's not added to this lawsuit at this time. But this lawsuit will go on for a while, and I'll make that decision whether to add him or not when I'm ready. He said he would never apologize to me, and by far, he doesn't have to. That was just me giving him an opportunity so that he wouldn't have to be a part of the lawsuit. You see, they're willing to spend money. I don't have money to spend, so I have to present myself. And I'm going to do that. Trust me, I'm going to fight for me. And I tell you, I'm not a gambling woman, but if I were to gamble, I'm going to bet on me every time. And I guarantee you, if I can get done what I need to get done in the time that I need to get done, I don't know the outcome, but I can guarantee you it'll be favorable for me. I have proof. They've taken down videos and things of this nature, and they talk about all the receipts they have. I don't know what receipts they have. I really don't care. If it's anything that I've shared with them, I did share with them. Honestly, I did. And I had a reason for sharing what I shared. So I don't have a problem with them sharing that with the world. As he pulled up my paperwork and lied, he didn't tell you all the truth. He wanted to know what happened, ma'am. What happened when I was just the only one speaking up for you, you said, and now I'm the enemy. No, sir, you're not. You put yourself in something like you always do because you want to be somebody great on YouTube. I think you're good at what you do. And the inflection in your voice, I told you that all the time. But I also think you're a good liar and deceiver. But people like Esco and people like that, they like this kind of stuff. They laugh at our pain and give big money when we're putting people down or fighting back. Because what I do is defend me. I've never attacked anyone on YouTube. I've never talked about any of these people first. And I am calling names because I can. I was told to shut up, don't say nothing, which is stopping my First Amendment right. And then the way they're treating me and the way I'm having to live is stopping me from living the 14th Amendment right. And so I will not let anyone mistreat me and think it's okay. I don't care about you talking about me as a human. That's what we do. I can't stop nobody from talking about me. I really, really, really hate to hear these people. Keep my name out your mouth. You can say my name. I'm like Beyonce. Say my name, say my name. I can't stop you from saying my name. But it's what you do with that name is what I can stop you from doing. And you can't defame that name, me, or my character. I won't allow you to do that. I can't come on here and talk to you guys about white supremacy, racism, and how they have us fighting against each other and putting us down, and then not stand against that when you attack me for no reason. I done nothing to this man. I thought about it. He was very upset when I said no to him as being his manager. That's really what got his goat. And it was another thing that I thought about. He probably thought that I recorded. And I cannot think of what it is at this moment, but it'll come to me in a moment because it's very important that I think of what this thing is that he thought that I recorded him when he said to me, but I did not. Like I said to BMK21, I don't record every single conversation. And if anybody recorded me, so be it. And if you're in a state that you can do that, I don't have a problem with it. If you're in a state that you can't, you have a problem. Trust me, because I am the problem solver when it comes to me. I am not no bully. I'm not no big bad wolf, nor am I a gorilla goon as he named me in the game that he named me. I am who I say I am. I am Toothless Tiger. And even when wounded, we still fight like a tiger. Even with we still bite. Believe me, you may not feel the force piercing through your skin, but you will feel me because I'm going to stand for me. Skinny has an opportunity to contact me and to try to resolve the issue before he gets himself in serious trouble, because I don't believe he's reporting all of his income. And under the Freedom of Information Act, I'll find out. I know that one of his individual lieutenants, colonels, whoever she is, have not filed her taxes, and hopefully she will. But I know that they're getting money, and he loves to talk about how he's paying his moderator. Well, my moderator, I don't pay her a dime. She doesn't require it. She's very happy to be here for me, and I think she's the best moderator on YouTube. Some of you guys may not think that, but I do, because she doesn't get involved in any of anybody's business. She dropped links. She greet guests. She ensure that the trolls are knocked out of the chat. And I appreciate that. A lot of the things we're saying and doing to each other, we don't have to do. And I thank goodness that the only thing that I'm doing is defending against a pool of individuals who thought I was weak, dumb, and stupid. The laws are being committed against me. It's called the friendship law. It's under the grandparent clause, where you become friends with people and you have them thinking you like them and you take their money. That is against the law. The FBI frowns on that. I don't determine whether you're going to go to prison for acting like that. But I tell you again, there is no judge that is an Article 3 judge, and that's what I chose, an Article 3 judge. An Article 3 judge that's going to allow your behavior to go untouched. 241, I put it on my board to let everybody know what you're doing is called conspiracy. It can bring you 5 to 10 years and a $10,000 fine. Not because Cheryl said it, Toothless said it, it's the law. It's called the Federal Rules of what you call the U.S. Code. And all you have to do is just Google it. I'm telling you people, this is not a joke. This is not fake. This is not phony. And all of them can keep laughing, but the screenshots, they work for you too. And it doesn't matter what state you're in. If you're in the territory of the United States, trust me, you can be touched in Hawaii, in Guam, in the islands. You can be touched, and you shall be, if what you've done fits the category and the prosecutor says it's prosecutable. There is a case that I'm using in my case. This lady was just prosecuted in January for teaming in with her daughter for bullying. She got 37 months. So don't think that it can't happen. That's just one case. And Tasha K and Cardi B, thank you, helps me on my defamatory case. And YouTube has started, I would say, as a result possibly of receiving my information, because I've been sending it to them like I have the Skinny Mister. And they do know that this is coming. What they also knew is that I didn't know the correct person to serve. So they know all of my moves, but they just could not tell me because they don't have to help me. They don't have to help me defeat them. It is my job to know. And trust me, I have been given an opportunity, and I take advantage of all opportunities. This is real. And Skinny, you will pay one way or another. I can't say what, I can't say when, but I can guarantee you I'm going to do everything I can to the nth of the law. You will not continue. And you can do this on your show, and you can stream my lives like you do, and you can make fun, and you can pretend that the page is gone where you put all of the derogatory stuff. But in the conversation I had with YouTube in the chat the other day that I had, they told me it doesn't matter if you took them down or if you even deleted them. If need be, and they are investigating, that they can pull them up. So I take great comfort in knowing that now I am being heard. I also have those copies of your videos and stuff, like you stream me live. Well, I screen record you. So I have what you took away, and it is not a joke. You people really need to get real. Y'all can laugh at me and talk about me as sure as y'all born. But what you will not do is continue to bully, harass, and stalk me. I'm now being called the bully. And Armando Black, I would like for you to show the videos where I am a bully, where I came on your platform and any other platform and put down anyone. Everything I had to say about anyone has been in defense of myself, and I can say what I choose. I've never threatened anybody, nor will I ever. As you all know, I had 3 fights and lost all 3. And Skinny say you get tired of listening to that. Well, quit looking at my videos and streaming them live, and you won't have to do that. You can call me hunchback, hump up, humpity hump. You can call me Humpty Dumpty. But I'm promising you, you're going to regret what you're doing to me. I've shown you guys all of the letters I've sent them, and he got them on hold at the post office. The post office ain't doing it. I'm not doing it. But he's telling y'all he's got nothing from me. This lady is lying. Y'all need to go over there and make her stop. This lady just mad because I'm the realest and the best on YouTube. No, sir, you're not even close. You're not close to the best. You may be the best you, but that's all you are. You're not the best YouTuber because you do everything on other people's pain. And you have a pattern. And that's a good thing about this. You have a pattern. You've chosen people. And the little lady, Doe Eyes, who lied on me also and said she tried to tell me something and she didn't, and now she's blocked me. Ma'am, you contacted me. I didn't know you from paint, Adam. I didn't know you from the paint chips on Kwame's nose when he was power washing his stairs. You contacted me and you wanted to be in touch with Amondo. And now you're with Amondo. And then you quit talking to me. But I've done nothing to you. I encouraged you. I told you what you need to do for Social Security. I've shared a lot with you. You can share it with the world. You said you're being monitored. Your channel, that's fantastic. You said you watch everybody. And you do. I see you creeping in everybody's chat. But you just quit coming to mine once you got hooked with Amondo. So don't lie on me. I don't have anything against you, ma'am. Nothing. But you and nobody else can just say what they want to say about me and think it's okay. It is not. And I want you to know it's not. Yeah, I'm not a bully. I am being bullied. I'm not a professional victim, as y'all call it. I am being victimized by people who know me not, and I've done nothing to them. They, like the herd that they participate with, joined in on talking about me. You don't have to agree with me. And I'm like all of you. If I don't agree with you, you don't like it. I don't like it when you don't agree with me. So we're even. We're all human. We do the same stuff. But just because 10 people, 30 or 25 is lying on me, that don't make you all be telling the truth. That's just 10 people lying on me, 20 or 25. I don't have a problem with that because I can defend me. And I guarantee you, that's what I'm doing. I guarantee you. And so all of you big ballers and big money spenders, I don't believe you can afford to defend against this federal claim. I don't believe. Maybe I'm wrong. You'll show me. Because yes, Skinny Mister, you did have an attorney when you were in the lawsuit with Unbreakable Kicks. And this notion that I'm plagiarizing or I've done something wrong by using a letter about somebody I don't know nothing about. See, I didn't use the whole letter, but you people that heard that letter, and if you didn't go back and listen to it, that's what Skinny Mister got and had an opportunity not to be a part of. He talked about why we not talking about other people. We don't have a reason to talk about other people. And one thing about it, Amondo Black, you need to really read that letter or listen to what I said. I did not call you a private investigator, but that's nothing defamatory. You said you have a source business where you look up people and you search their backgrounds. You said you have a big organization that pulled all the paperwork. Why did the organization need to pull the paperwork when you pulled everybody else's paperwork? You and Rashida love to, when she admitted to paying to dox people. That's not nothing I do. But trust me, once these people are served, if and when they're served, and the judge also said that if I didn't meet the Tuesday deadline, that he would have to dismiss without prejudice, which means I get an opportunity to go pay another $402 and start the process all over again. And it's worth it to me to do all of that. If I never get a dime, what I do need you all to understand, I can't make you, and I'm not begging or asking you to respect me, but you will respect me as I respect you. I don't speak on you all. I don't do anything against you all, but you continue to say derogatory and defamatory things about me. And Amondo, you need to understand, just because you say you believe something to be true, that doesn't excuse you from the behavior of being wrong in law. Ignorance of the law is no excuse. And ignorance of the law is what's going to get you in trouble. You can call me all the names you want, but what you can't call me is a scammer without proving it. Prove where I scammed. Skinny said I received my money back. Prove where I received my money back. I was really intending to put up that email that the young man wrote to the court under penalties of perjury to let the court know that I did not receive the $267 that I spent for Skinny to dodge service 3 times. I cannot get it back because they actually did the job. It's just that they didn't serve him because he wouldn't open the door. And they cannot just kick in his door and give it to him. But when the judge gave me permission to serve him via social media, YouTube, he has been served. Whether he acknowledges that or not, go read it for yourself. Don't take my word for it. And the judge denied my portion of the motion when I asked for continuous evidence building. And he denied that, again, without prejudice. Not that he denied it. He denied it because first I got to serve you people before we can continue anything. So do know that I am working every day to learn what I need to learn to be successful in this suit. And trust me, all of you all who think it's fake, when you wake up one day, and if you should happen to get a subpoena, you will answer the call. Or you don't have to. It's your choice. But I guarantee you, I'm not the one to play with because I didn't play with any of you. I asked you all people, please don't mess with me. Don't put me in under nothing because I don't do any of this. I came here to uplift fallen humanity. No other reason. I didn't come here to bully nobody. I did not bully anybody when I was in there laughing when Skinny talked about whoever he talked about. When Kwame talked about his peers, we all was in there laughing. We don't know those people, but we laughed as he talked about all of them's children and their spouses. But nobody see that as wrong to them until it happens to you. So everybody who's telling me about what people would say, I don't care what people would say. What you think of me is none of my business. But I haven't harmed any of you. I haven't hurt any of you. I have not. But you have harmed me. Many of you have. Not everybody, but some. But do know, I am that girl. Not me on the bullying. But I am that one who would defend and fight with her life for what I believe in and what I know to be true. Believe that or don't. I'll show you. Because it's not what you say, skinny mister. It's what you do. And you can drink all the liquor in the world and get all the shots and the money that everybody wants to donate to you. They're not giving you enough, I can tell you that, to defend against what you're about to go through. And bankruptcy is not going to save you. You can't enter this judgment into a bankruptcy that's already there. It doesn't cover future debts. It covers the debt that you had at the time that you filed bankruptcy. I am not playing no games. I will not disrespect anybody. I've thanked all the people I'm going to thank. And I do not put out nobody. There is still time for anybody who want to make an apology. And I probably should have said this on the phone, but BMK21, I thank you for your apology, but I don't need you to make a video like you did when you talked about me, but I need you to put something on your community wall about your apology. I would appreciate that. As I told you yesterday, I do accept it, and I have no problem with you. I wish you much success. Just keep doing what you're doing and moving forward. That's what it's all about. When we came here with an idea of what we wanted to give or what we hoped to gain. I don't think many of us came to put down people and to degrade them and to be a part of that. But again, when we all came under Kwame, that's exactly what we came under, because he was degrading his peers. And we all laughed and thought it was funny. It's no longer funny. None of it. And if you all want to roast each other, that's good. And some of them roasts are very funny. Some of you are very good. Most of you are not. But do what you do and do it to the best of your ability. I'm going to read a couple of these chats and then I'm going to show Mr. Arenas. And that is, again, in his video, he's using the F word a lot. I'm not good with the editing and I can't beep out the word. So I don't know if I'll get struck for that or not. As Mr. Skinny Mister said the other day, he's going to cuss in my live stream and then strike me for the cussing. Well, sir, feel free to do that, but I guarantee you it's going to backfire on you. And I know for sure all of this name changing that you're doing, you're really, really, really making yourself look awfully bad. But of course, you can't beat you given. And thank you. And let me see here. Phyllis says, do not stay silent. Speak out. Call them out. Hardin Boyston said, can you put a summons in the mail or just stick it on their front door or maybe their windshield? You can put a summons in the mail. You can stick it on their door. You can, but they still can not acknowledge it. That's a part of the procedure. But the basic thing about serving on process is that they want you to actually make sure that an individual signed for it. You can even send it through certified mail, but all of those things don't work with these people that dodge. So you go to the court, because I had emailed them once, but you have to go through the court and you have to get permission. But your local rules of civil procedure in whatever state you're in is what governs under the federal law. It allows for you to go by your state rules of civil procedure. And remember, this is a civil matter, but with the actions of a lot of these people, it's criminal activity. And the court will make a determination whether to turn that over to the prosecuting attorney, because the same thing happened with the lady that was bullying with her daughter. And she got 37 months because of her acting and being a part of. See, a lot of people don't understand that a conspiracy doesn't mean we meet in the Discord, but that's even better. And we can get the Discord records as well. So no matter what you on, what platform, it can be, as Gotti loved to say, it's a digital footprint. So it's there no matter what. It is there. And you become complicit by engaging against the person, knowing that you're doing this to hurt them, to harm them. And the hurt doesn't have to be physical. Okay, even the threats that were made against me and my family, those were horrible. They were wrong. They were illegal. But it doesn't have to be physical. It's the mental and the emotional that lasts longer and that would tarnish who you are as an individual and your ability to get people who would want to sponsor you. Who would want to sponsor you when they find out that people are going and looking up their families and putting them out there? And you know people do that because the president's son, and I'm talking about the ex-president Donald Trump's son, just posted a picture of one of the people in the news just the other day. I can't remember the story exactly, so I'm not going to say it exactly like I know, because I don't. It was told to me. I didn't see it, but they did it on Twitter. So that's what people do on social media, but there are rules that you can be held accounted for what you do on social media. You can do it like that, Phyllis, in the state of Texas. But, you know, you have to read the rules and understand what it's saying. Because one of my problems is I read the rules, but I didn't quite understand what it was saying. And so I find myself here. But it's okay, because the judge has the power to just, as I ask for permission, look at it and either grant it or deny it. Hardin said, I'm wondering about if it can be done because it takes work to face-to-face deliver on one of those. The law is really backward. Yeah, it does take work, but it's when you listen to Dr. Francis Cress Welsing and Mr. Neely Fuller, when you understand it's a system, and that's what I keep trying to get people to understand. It's a system. Hi, Auntie Fee, about the facts. It's not an individual. So we got to quit looking at people as individuals, although people make the system work. We have to actually read and comprehend what we're reading And Phyllis said, oh, sorry, Hardin read it wrong. Oh my, I do not think that can be done. You must read the laws in your state. Yeah, it can be done in the state of Texas. So you must read your own rules of civil procedure, because that's what will govern. And for every rule of civil procedure, every number, the number pretty much kind of coincides with the federal rule. Okay? So it's not hard, and it's not rocket science. It's we got to put in the work. You know, for so long we were taught not to read. But I guarantee you, if you start reading, and if you have comprehension, and if you don't comprehend, continue to do it, because I have it like a disconnect sometimes with things that I see and making it work here in my mind. That happens to some of us, maybe all of us, I don't know, but it certainly happens to me. But you just keep reading, read out loud. That's what I find helps me. I can read to myself and that helps, but when I read it out loud, when I hear the word, it kind of helps me to understand. Hardin said, if the IRS can threaten someone by mailing it to them, then I don't know why they require a person to be in face-to-face delivery of summons. You're right about it, Hardin. That's just what the law requires, but it can be done. Canes Forever says Skinny is the devil. He's a terrible person. The devil means really nothing to me. It's just like she just showed us about God and the dog theory, and how if you do God backwards, you have dog. Well, it's the same with lived and the devil. If you spell devil backwards, you have lived. Hardin said, if you are on the run, don't run to Puerto Rico or the U.S. Virgin Islands, because they are U.S. territories with the same laws and system. Seen many people get caught because they assume they were in the Caribbean. You're so very true. Hi, Billy Davis. I want to say greetings to you. Wilma, greetings. Glad you're here. Phyllis, please let me tell you that court filing is no joke. It's hard going back and forward to the courthouse. Hardin said, Toothless, I hope you saw the clips of Skinny bragging about how Gil connections helped him in the last few court cases. Gil allegedly know judges who know judges who know judges. Gil probably know judges who know judges who know judges. But if you all know anything about Skinny, Skinny is a liar, and he likes to name drop. I do not believe that about Gilbert, and only it's because of I had the pleasure of communicating with his father once or twice. I've had the pleasure of seeing Gilbert and how he communicates and the things that he says. He's very open and honest and transparent like myself. And I know that he know judges, but Gilbert too had to face felony charges. So he didn't stop himself. How can he stop anything for Skinny? What he did for Skinny, and you could have told him that, Hardin, just with the questions that you're asking me, you could have given Skinny the same advice. He was going to a justice court, justice of the peace. Now, in different states, they call them different names, but under the law, that's called a municipal court. So that's how you can know what it is. A municipal court takes care of things in the city. And in a municipal court, that's where you kind of go for evictions, kind of like traffic court. And if you have a problem with somebody, you see Judge Judy, Judge Mathis, those are municipal courts. And those courts, you have X amount that you can sue for, and what you can take a person to court, and you don't have to have representation. You present your own cases. What gets you is your affidavit and your signature on that affidavit under the penalties of perjury. And if you lie, then, and the lie is caught, then that's another criminal offense of its own. But Gil only told him in the case with Sister T and Queen Regina that he didn't have to have an attorney. And he lives in one state and they live in a state or two over. How can they be in fear of their lives? But again, it's all in about how you word documents, how you can be in fear of your life. It doesn't matter where you live. So what Gil told him, it wasn't anything that you couldn't have told him. And we don't practice law. No judge, trust me, is going to put his appointment on the line for no skinny mister. I can guarantee you that. No judge is going to do that. See, it's his behavior that's going to get him. Has nothing to do with who you know. That's not going to work. I guarantee you. I've seen him bragging. I've heard him bragging. I heard him say that Gil took away his strikes. If we believe that, then we probably need to be buying some riverfront property in the Sahara Desert. He drops this stuff for his base. I don't know if you're familiar with politics, but they speak to a certain group of people that's going to go with them no matter what they say. And so as long as they're giving them those people, just like the people that donate to him to make the haters mad, see, his Cash App is ringing off. I've only received one and one super chat, but that's okay. But people pay for all of that craziness. They don't care about truth and something that could change their lives for the better. But I tell you, if I tell you something, and if you listen and do what I ask you to do, not because I'm asking you, but because the law of nature dictates that you do what it takes for change to happen in your favor. And if you don't do that, then it's not going to happen for you. I just happen to know some of the avenues of how you can make things change in your life, and I'm not ashamed or afraid to share it. Now, some people probably don't want me to share it because they don't want you knowing what to do. And as long as I'm alive, I'm going to share it. I could die at any minute. That's the law of nature. I wasn't here to be here always, but I asked for 104 years in my right mind, the ability to see and to move around and hear and talk. And so far, 64 years of my life, I've been able to do just that. And I will continue to do that until I can't. Now, lately, I've been messing up plenty of words, but that comes with aging, I'm going to say. Maybe not, but it does for me. Billy said, hold the mail if you wish, but you will have to answer one day, and that's the truth. Tell the truth, Skinny. You will need that money. You might have to start with at least 50 to 60,000. But he was willing to get a 97,000 Hellcat, so certainly he doesn't mind getting a $100,000 attorney. Asatar said Don Jr. posted a picture of the judge's grandson who's in charge of his dad's case. That was the story. Gil may know judges, but the law will prevail. And Gil doesn't talk like that. Gil doesn't even strike people. That's why he gave me permission, and I contacted him. And I contacted him out of respect for my love for Suge and Asatar. And I know that they have, Asatar, a personal relationship, and Suge has a working relationship. And I didn't want to come across like I was taking advantage of those relationships because I have a love relationship with both of them. So I didn't want to come across like that, and I didn't even know if he would respond to me, but I do want you all to know that he did respond to me, and he had no problem, which Ash told me he wouldn't, but I just couldn't take that for granted. Ash know him very well, even though they don't hang around every day, they don't run in the same circles, they don't go to the parties together. Asatar is more of a family man. Gil is a family man apart from his public appearances and his work. They're both the same guys, and I guess maybe because they come from the same school, the same knowledge, the same coach. They both had their fathers in their lives. So that makes a difference for a young man. And it makes a difference when you bond as teammates. That's why I know that Gil and Kwame know each other. We don't know those people. Everybody just interject themselves into people's relationships that they have nothing to do with. And then when they get backlash, then they want to blame somebody else. But no, he keeps dropping Gil's name and dropping Gil's name. Gil is like myself. He's not going to leave Kwame alone until Kwame comes to the realization and apologize for lying on him, talking about R. Gilly. He knows that's a lie, but he keeps perpetrating the lie. The same with Skinny saying that I am a child predator. He knows that's a lie. And how does he know that's a lie? Number one, he does not know me. And he has no factual, nothing to base that on. Number two, they love to dox people. So they looked up my record, and I have no record, none whatsoever. So he knows that's a lie, but he keeps saying that it's the truth because he believes it to be true. That is criminal, what he's doing. And not defaming me is criminal, but soliciting all the people to be a part of what he's doing is criminal. And again, I'm not a prosecutor. I will not be the one prosecuting. I don't make that determination, but I will present a case to the judge of what happened to me. And I guarantee you the law is not going to look at Skinny's issues and say, oh, this is a joke. Oh, he was just playing. Oh, he's just exercising his First Amendment right because he's funny. He's not Skinny White. He's not. He's not Charleston. He doesn't do 1/10 of what Charleston does in the community. Charleston told everybody that he studied Dolomite. He told you what he did and developed a character. He studies very hard and he's good at what he does. These people are not listening. They're jumping, as they love to say, off the porch, through the window, out the door, and they're setting themselves up for a great fall. Harden says Gil and Kwame should have that respect for each other off camera without the hatred. They text each other off camera and talk trash to each other. Yeah, they do. And believe it or not, they have that respect for one another off camera. But Kwame keeps on saying that Gil is our Gilly, which is implying that he molests children and he be with younger women. That's defamatory. You can't do that. And if he don't stop that, he knows where he could end up. Gil said from the beginning, he was petty. He said he was petty. And if you start with him, it's not going to stop until he says stop. So we do know that that's the truth. And what he's doing is not defamatory. What he's doing is having fun with his teammates. We don't know these people. We don't have anything to do with their argument. Just like Mr. Skinny TV here in my chat talking about what's up, man. I don't know what that means. But what I do know is I don't stalk him. I don't bother him. I didn't call him what he called me. He knows what's up. And he has the right to be here because I opened up my chat. And as long as he's not disrespectful, I don't mind. But that just shows him stalking me as he does. He refuses to be honest and integral. He calls me every name in the book with such vehemence, it's not even real. But it's going to be real. I guarantee you. And it doesn't matter what lawyers he has. Because I can guarantee you his lawyer is not going to be greater than those that are at YouTube. And I'm sure they pay them thousands of dollars an hour. But I'm not afraid of no ghost. I'm not afraid of no big bad wolf. And I'm not afraid of Skinny Mister. I'm not. Not to stand up against him in truth. But I am afraid of his irrational behavior and him wanting people to harm me and my family. And he likes to crack people in the head. I am afraid of that. Him allowing people to put my nephew up. Now, those things, that's the humanness in me. That's real fear. And there's nothing wrong with real fear. Fear can save your life. But what I'm not afraid of is dying for what I believe in. And so that's what he's going to have to do, is kill me, because I'm not going to stop defending me. And he's not going to stop bullying me. And that's evident with him being in my chat. Yeah, it's evident that he continues to bully me. He's not coming to me saying that, can we have a conversation? Can I send you an email to say what I need to say to you? No, he's coming to me like he's big, bad, skinny and want all those people to laugh so they can give him money so that he can do whatever it is that he does. But I guarantee you, it's not going to be funny for long. I guarantee you that. As long as I'm alive. And then most of them say I'll be dead before we go to court. what does it matter? Some of you are going to be dead before this is over with. And I'm talking about this stream. Some of you are going to be dead. So saying I'm going to be dead before we get to court and all that means nothing. Thank goodness you don't give or take life. You don't have that ability. And when I took my power back, I really took my power back. And I mean that with every fiber of my being. I am the one. I'm that girl. I'm the one. I think the other thing, I was trying to think of what it was that Skinny thought that I might have recorded, because we didn't have many conversations at all. And I'm trying to think what that was that he thought that I may have recorded. And it keeps slipping my mind, but it'll come to me that what he thought that I may have recorded that I did not. Again, like I said, I don't record all conversations. I didn't think that I had a need to record any with him. I thought he was a decent human being at one time. And I thought that he was decent based on the fact that he had been to prison, came home, got a wife, a family. And I thought he owned his own business. But that wasn't true. But I can tell you that I reserve the right, like all humans, to change their minds and opinions of people based on how they treat me and what they say to me and what they do to me. And I did that. But since he's here, so now we've been reduced to voodoo dolls. I think that's awful. But who am I? So this is what I did, sir. I told the witch doctor, I'm tired of you bullying me. I told the witch doctor, I meet in 2003. I told the witch doctor, you need to leave me be. And the witch doctor told me, this is how you must be free. You go, ooh, ah, bing, ting, walla, walla, bing, bang. Ooh, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. Ooh, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. Toot, wah, 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 ding, like a lick-a-ling, ding. So, every time you pacemaker blast, I send it back to you 100-fold. I don't believe in that stuff, and neither should you. But do what you do, and just remember, ooh, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. Ooh, ah, ting, tang, walla, walla, bing, bang. I am telling you, I'm not going, not me, Skinny. You're the worst man I'll ever know. There's no way I could ever go. No way. Look at the fat woman with no teeth. No way. I'm going without you. We're going to court together. And I hope you stay free. I'm going, and you going with me. Ooh, with me. You're going with me. Ooh, Skinny. Ooh, Skinny. Ooh, Skinny. You're going. You're gonna go with me. You can't beat Skinny giving, no matter how hard you try. He'll keep on messing up. Do or die. He has minions in the chat. that told me what he's doing. You keep on dodging. Thank you, super hostification. 'Cause you can't beat skinny giving. Do or die. You can keep dodging and dodging and dodging and dodging. No matter how hard you try. But we will meet in the federal court. That ain't no lie. You can't beat skinny giving. Thank you, super hostification. You did it. Yeah, you did it. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Go Greg, it's your birthday. 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 It's your day, gon' turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Brianna too. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. I love you. Okay. Let me come back on camera because these people think some people are scared to cam up. Thank you, absolute worst. It's not my birthday. I'm a Scorpio. It's my son's birthday. He was born April the 9th, and it's his birthday. And I'm so glad that we're both here to celebrate it. But thank you so very much. Harden said, please respect your elders, people. Toothless doesn't deserve to be fighting a battle like this over YouTube nonsense. She should be enjoying her golden years without all the stress. That's so true, but they think that I shouldn't be on YouTube because I didn't understand it was about a money grab and you do whatever you can to get the money. My brother explained it to me and broke it down where I really started to understand why Skinny attacked me and why he's doing what he's doing. And it is because I was interfering with their money and I wasn't playing the game as they played it. I didn't mind them playing their game the way they play it. They have that right. But what they don't have a right to do is defame me and to bully and stalk and harass me. They won't. I won't let them. Anybody out there in other sectors, if you're having issues, I am not an attorney, but I am a life coach, and they laughed at that. I've overcome some unsurmountable odds, and I don't mind consulting with anybody who wants to consult with me. My email address, I didn't even realize I don't have my banner scrolling, and I don't know, maybe I do, but I don't see it. But feel free to hit me up on my email, toothlesstiger7@gmail.com. Feel free to do that, and let's have a conversation. Again, I am not afraid to fight. I've had to fight some of the biggest giants in the world, one being the U.S. government through the Internal Revenue Service, the other the state of Texas. And they called me a person who loved lawsuits. No, I don't. I don't. I love you leaving me alone and me leaving you alone. But I will defend me at all costs to me. And I'll defend me legally. I am not a vigilante. So I will not attack you. I will not send anyone for you. No one will be pulling up on you. No one will be coming on YouTube making film about pulling up. We don't do that. We fight for our honor and integrity the way I do it. And trust me, I do it. I do. I am not afraid to represent me anywhere I go. Because as I present Cheryl Toothless, I am presenting who gave me life and what they taught me And although it may not mean anything to Skinny and his people, and they may call my mother vagina rotten and all the maggots is eating her up and all that good stuff, hey, tell your story to the jury, because I have heard it. And it's very disgusting and distasteful and very disheartening. As said, that loser just came in to get some content because his whole content is Toothless, the crew, brown skin lady, and Kwame. And that's true. And he can do that. You know, we let him in. And as long as he doesn't say anything out of the way, then this is YouTube. Skinny, at least you could have hit the like you tell people. If you're going to watch and troll and enter into someone's chat, then you should do by the rule that you set. But we know you don't follow rules, so we don't have that problem. Now I'm going to show you how Mr. Arenas was bullied, and then I want to give my commentary on that. And again, I'm grateful that he gave me permission to do this. And he said I could use any of his content. He wanted his content talked about. So because I like him and the way he carries himself, I may do more commentary on him from my perspective. I know everybody on YouTube think that he's paying Skinny and he's got Skinny helping him and he's taking away strikes, but he couldn't stop himself from being striked. So that doesn't make sense. I wish we as a people would start thinking independently, using whatever we thought we had as a brain before we came here and joined the herd. I wish that we would start using it for ourselves. A lot of people think he's orchestrating this. This is the Illuminati. Well, I guarantee you, if there is an Illuminati, but it's not what people keep saying it is. It is not. And it was started by the Rothschilds' great-grandfather. Research. It'll explain to you what the Illuminati is. Anything in every family dynamic, there is a hierarchy. And if you don't understand royalty and the hierarchy, as Mr. Neely Fuller said, if you don't understand white supremacy and what it is, then everything you think you know will only confuse you. And so, for that reason, and that reason alone, I guarantee you, you'll stay confused and following someone who has no direction but off the cliff. So let's go with Mr. Arenas. Again, he's saying some of those F words, and I don't know how to edit, so I can't bleep. But this is a story that needs to be told. And it says Gilbert Arenas battles with David Stern.
There.
We do. This deals Arena.
Oh, okay. So I've never gotten suspended for guns in the locker room. So, you know, I guess they're using 50 games as the benchmark because that was what I got. But my meeting with David Stern was I read every piece of paper that had to do with weapons in the NBA. And, you know,
so now we know that the team of Skinnies is flashing. We know flagging. We know that it's not Gilbert.
I don't want to name other players, but you know, one player that was on the bus had 2-game suspension. It was a loaded gun on the bus, which is NBA property. 2-game suspension. The same player had a loaded gun on the airplane. That's NBA property too, which they didn't want to say that was NBA property. And I was like, that's only 3 games. So a second offense just added 1 more game. So 2 loaded guns on NBA property. So unloaded gun in a locker room that was there is only 2 games first offense, 1 game at most. So I'm not taking no 50-game suspension. So, you know, so we were going back and forth about what the rule said and what you're trying to do, which didn't make sense because there's also,
Okay, while they try to flag me, listen to what he's saying is going on and his take on what was going on. If you can hear it without, them flagging, because they keep flagging, interrupting what he's saying. But we will continue.
Not on league premises, guns were, shot into the air. Most was 7 games. So if you ask any voter, which would you take? Unloaded in the locker room, loaded on a plane, loaded on a bus, shot at you or shot in the air, which one seems more safer? And I'm pretty sure unloaded, is probably the safest one. So therefore, I'm not going to take your, 50 games.
Okay, and I'm just going to stop it because they're flagging me.
Suspension, so fuck off, right? That was my stance. So therefore, the real story is I got bullied into 50 games. So again, on record, I've never been suspended for guns in a locker room because they couldn't prove that those were my actual guns in the locker room. My crime was I said those were mine. There was no fingerprints. No one ever seen me do anything. So I claimed them. What I got suspended for was detrimental to the team because when the media was attacking me, like Ja, I was reacting emotionally. Right? You were attacking my character, not knowing what the fuck was going on, and I was acting out. That's where this came from. So I got suspended for mental issues, that I wasn't mentally fit, which means I was suspended indefinitely until we evaluate the situation. But all it was to get me out of the media because the story was too big for 1 or 2 games. And I also said, fuck that, fuck you. I'm not, that's that. How this works. So they decided to say, well, you're going to take it. You're not going to go to the Players Association and fight this.
When you say they, who is they?
It was David Stern and the new guy now, Adam Silver. Okay. So Adam Silver, which he was standing up at the time. He wasn't, he wasn't in a position to sit down with the rest of us. Yeah, he was standing up. Basically, no, it's not basically, it's what happened. He said, you're going to take 50 games or I'm going to come after your contract. So at that time, I just lost my Adidas deal. And then he's saying, I'm going to take your contract if you try to fight this. I mean, that's a decision I had to make. And it was like, well.
Now listen to this. Now I know over the years, Gil has met a lot of people, but just listen to this. Now he was $100 million man, but now if he couldn't stop what was happening to him, how do y'all really think that he's stopping anything for Skinny Mister? Just how do y'all think that? Just think with reason, people. Don't think with stupidity. Don't think out of your emotions. Think out of your intellect.
Sit there and make a decision. So I'm sitting here looking with Javaris, and we're sitting there like, I mean, you don't really have a contract to worry about. So, I'm like, all right. I mean, who am I? Am I going to fight the commissioner of the NBA at this point? So I took the 50 games and shut the fuck up. And it was like, I'll see you. Hey, nice, congratulations. I'll see you next season.
That was the end of it.
That was, yeah.
So David Stern essentially strong-armed you into taking that 50-game suspension, allegedly.
No. This is no. We're not gonna do this.
Okay,
you're gonna take that shit back. You're not air quoting. You're not air quoting. He Suge Knight me. He gave me the Suge Knight treatment, boy. It was safe.
We heard Melo tell a similar story. Like, look, I know who you move with. I know your whole crew. Keep fucking around and find out.
Okay, so to be honest, I'm gonna just be honest here. Like, did I believe him? Yeah. I mean, when I say I believe him, I seen his power, and his power was this, and I had to respect it because when he used his power in my favor, I was all for it. So it was my 2005-06 season. I made I'm averaging 29. We're in 4th spot. That's when Detroit Pistons. Maybe that's why I hate these fuckers over there. It was Detroit Pistons, and they were doing that reward winning.
Saying there's a problem with my internet, so this may go out when I finish showing this video.
Somehow I got pushed out, but
I don't know.
2 players were in from bottom teams. You had Paul Pierce and Bosch made the All-Star, and they were bottom feeding teams. And I'm 3rd or 4th in scoring it, and I'm not in. So Jason Kidd, so Jermaine O'Neal got hurt. injure,
Right.
and Jason Kidd. I have a jersey over there that basically, he signed it, and my big bro or little bro and everything. But Jason Kidd told David Stern if he doesn't get picked, he's not playing for USA basketball. So Jason Kidd tried to strong arm, and when Abe Holden, may he rest in peace, heard about it, he cussed David Stern out. And then he said, if you even try that with my player, we're going to war. And David said, don't worry, I know who the all-star is. It's going to be your guy. You know what I mean? So, to say, USA basketball, Jason Kidd, you're talking about Jason Kidd at the time, and he's like, all right, I don't worry about that. This is the real all-star. Just to see that power play, so when it went against me, I was like, and I just went on about my business. So the real, I don't think I got screwed out of anything with the 50 games because I was acting out. And that's why I say I know what Ja's going through, because I had the same behavior. I was calling out Al Sharpton, fuck you, and you coon. I was doing all that. You know what I mean? Like, if I wasn't suspended, I was going to be a terrorist on social media, because everybody who came meet me, I was coming back. But Javaris didn't do any of that. He was quiet. He didn't say anything. So he got 50 games under the same detrimental mental evaluation as me, and he didn't really do anything when it came to what I got suspended for.
And that's the part that I love about this whole thing. I want y'all to hear what he just said. He actually did the things that he did and said, not to get the 50-game suspension. That should have never happened. But he was acting out and saying all kind of things. These people that you all keep telling me, well, you were in there when he was doing this to other people. You was going along with it. No, I was in the chat speaking to people. True that. I was not going along with what he was saying and doing. I did not go and follow people and talk to them crazy. I didn't make videos about Kwame and nobody else. Sister T, Miss 504, Queen Regina. I didn't do any of that. But yet I'm getting the same treatment as those people. Now, he said this young man didn't do any of that stuff. That's me. I didn't do any of that. I didn't do any of the stuff. TY, Straight Talk, Southside, Brown Skin Lady. None of the other people that I mentioned did. Doe Eyes, none of them. Armando Black, D-Truth. I didn't do any of that. I didn't go back and forth with Skinny Mister. I didn't do that. I didn't do any of that. I didn't do anything. But I'm getting the same treatment. That's why I love this video.
So I feel that he actually got screwed over in that whole process. But, so all the 50 games that everybody's throwing around, and definitely it's a false narrative that was created back then. So we can clear that up. You cannot suspend him for 50 games because the rules, NBA property, it's only been 2 and 3 games max. And this is his first offense. If it went on an NBA plane. If not, then NBA needs to fuck off because it's not the jurisdiction.
So even Gilbert Arenas was bullied. Even Gilbert Arenas was bullied. Okay. So, Harden, let me see what you said. Anybody want to make, please feel free to make comments. Harden says Illuminati, just like the number 666, is labeled a bad, but there are also positive weapons versions of the Illuminati in 666. That's right. He says angel numbers like 111 and 222 and 333 and 444 and 555 and 666, all the way to 999. That's so very true. 666 is part of the human body. It's the neutrons, the protons, and the other one that I can't remember right now. It's your body, your electrical system of your body. The spiritual man of 666 is an encouragement of refocus, Seeing 666 tells you to pay closer attention to any fixation you currently have on earthly problems and details. Harden, I like you. I hope that you would subscribe to my channel and even become a member. But that is a personal choice. If 666 appears in your path, it is a divine nudge of redirection. You might be over-focusing on something trivial to the point that you're losing sight of what's really important. And that's what happened to a lot of us along the way here on YouTube. We lost sight of what was important. And some of us had to step back and regroup. We all need to unify instead of fighting each other down. YouTube and the system wins when we fight each other. That is so very true. That's what it's all about. Division. Division. But I know one thing is true. No matter how you do it, mathematics is the closest thing to God that you'll ever get. Add, subtract, divide, and multiply. But if you would add positivity as opposed to negativity, if you would start researching on your own to find out who we were before we were called slaves, I guarantee you we will know unequivocally who we are and what we need to do as a people. It's very easy and it's very simple. I ask anybody that has not hit the like button to please hit the like button if you forgot to hit the like button when you came in. I would appreciate it. Oh, I'm trying to find my YouTube channel so that I can keep up with my likes, because that's what I like to do, is keep up with my likes. And I don't see it. I think I took it down by mistake. But I want anybody to speak on that, what Gilbert was saying, because like I said, nobody, although all the people know what happened to me, that I'd done nothing to any of them or to anyone here on YouTube, I really would like to hear some of the people's opinion on how he felt, because no one spoke up on my behalf on what happened to me. Nobody. I'm trying to stop that. Put it on. Well, I'm trying to put it on mute, and I'm hitting everything but what I'm trying to hit. Let me go back. That nobody spoke up. But everybody saw what was happening. But nobody had the guts. But Asatar was the only human being, and then Ryan. And again, I get much support from Uncle Shug and from Madria. And so Alicia started speaking up when we had a conversation. I greatly appreciate that. Greatly appreciate it. You'll never know how much. But everybody see what's going on. And everybody knows that this person is the field bully that will not intimidate me. And he's so sad and has no content that he would keep putting himself on the line to come in here and to make statements. Let me just wish my son a happy birthday while he's here. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Go Greg, it's your birthday. 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 It's your day, gon' turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Brianna too. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. I love you. Okay. So Gregory Day is almost coming to an end. But of course, every day is our birthday as long as we're alive. And I'm trying to see if anybody, I don't see any comments on their opinion about the video. Thank you, Madria. We have 53 likes. Harden says, signs are when you go shopping and your total comes up to $6.66. The cashier looked at me scared. S Skinny, why are you here? Aren't you this big time YouTuber with 60,000 subscribers I added? Go live and tell more lies about people. Do what you do best, bruh. Do what you do. But, Skinny, I know you regret what you've done, but you won't take responsibility for it. None of this coming over here stalking me is going to make it right. Only you can make it right. And because I represent myself, you have the opportunity to contact me via email. You even know my number. You have the opportunity to make that right. But this case will go on, and Tuesday will be here. Yeah, Tuesday will be here. And I'm glad that you don't regret anything. That's the best part about it. And y'all just make sure that this is Skinny so that we can make sure that that's him. We want to make sure that that's him. And he said that he trolls in his own name. So let's just confirm that that is him. Okay, S, thank you for letting me know that it is him. Let me make sure you guys are in the same. Okay. Just want to make sure. Okay. So does anybody have anything to say about the video that I just showed of Gil and what he was speaking on about the young man who did none of the stuff that he did and didn't deserve, which we know now that the rules wouldn't allow them to do anything. Okay. Okay. So, let me see. What did Madria say? I commend Gil for taking ownership of what he done and accepted his consequences. Yeah, I do too, Maria. Okay, Wilma, thank you. We're fine. Thank you. Basketball players at that age is trained to hide all of the negatives from the media. It looks easy on TV, but they do have a lot of anxiety in real life situations. I believe that too, Horton. I really do. I believe that. So that is pretty much what I have. I was going to show a video of a young girl who was being bullied, but I think it has music in the background. And so I don't try to do anything to violate the rules on purpose. But again, these stories must get out and must be told. And we must have more conversation and more people being engaged in the conversation. I'm not the only person that's being bullied on YouTube. I'm not the only person at this point that Skinny is bullying. He's bullying TY, Straight Talk, Southside. And Southside, I think I said this earlier, but I really commend you for the way that you explained that you know that you said some horrible things to me and for no reason. And I just want you to know that I appreciate that. Straight Talk, I appreciate you taking responsibility. And I appreciate you knowing when people try to edge you on and say that I played your song after you apologize. That's not your song. That's a parody that I made to cope with what I'm going through. And your name is not Stevie. Perhaps you may be called that, but that's not your name. So you say, and you know what you did and what you didn't do. And everybody is going on information that was put out about you by one Armando Black. And since he and Skinny exchange information and are playing games with all the people, then perhaps one day they will wake up. And he's going to make money, he said, off of my suffering that he's inflicting upon me. And the beautiful thing is he's saying it himself. It's not nobody saying that he said that. He's actually confessing to doing the things that he's doing to me in my chat. So that's beautiful. Again, you can't beat Skinny Giving. And I think, that alone ought to get cash apps, but it doesn't. And that's fine. But what I'm going to do is I'm not going to try to beat him giving. But what I am going to do is play his song. You can't beat Skinny Giving, no matter how hard you try. He'll keep on messing up, do or die. He has minions in the chat that told me what he's doing. You keep on dodging. Thank you, super hostification, 'cause you can't beat Skinny Giving, do or die. You can keep dodging and dodging and dodging and dodging, no matter how hard you try. But we will meet in the federal court. That ain't no lie. You can't beat Skinny Giving. Thank you, super hostification. You did it. Yeah, you did it. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Go Greg, it's your birthday. 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 It's your day, gon' turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Brianna too. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. I love you.
Your face. You got to remove the excess water. Now she's coming
This
down.
is how you do it. Thank you.
I am telling you, I'm not going. Not me, Skinny. You're the worst man I'll ever know. There's no way I could ever go. No, 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 no way. Look at the fat woman with no teeth. No, 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 no way. I'm going without you. We're going to court together, and I hope you stay free. I'm going, and you going with me. Ooh, 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 with me. You're going with me. Ooh, ooh, Skinny. Ooh, ooh, Skinny. Ooh, ooh, Skinny. You're gonna go with me. Y'all can't hear me. Father, Son, plays. Thank you for sharing that about your child. One of the things that Dr. Umar Johnson speaks on are parents going to the school. And I'm going to touch on that in a minute. But I couldn't remember a moment ago what it was else that I wanted to say. Skinny was afraid that I had actually recorded. And that is when he was begging me for Umar's number and how did I get him on my show. And that how Umar would not answer his calls. And could I tell him what I had to pay Umar to do a live interview with me? That's the other thing that he doesn't want his people to know. He doesn't want his people to know about Umar and him wanting to interview Umar and not being able to interview Umar. But what he doesn't know and what he didn't know is I knew Umar because I brought him to town. And he paid for everything, but I did all of the legwork for him. I got the venue. I promoted the show. I actually got the vendors. He allowed me to get the entertainment. And then he asked me to be his mistress of ceremony. And when I told Skinny that I was getting Umar Johnson on my show, he wanted to know how did I get him, and he won't answer his calls, and how much he was going to charge. So he didn't know if that was on tape or not. That's one of the biggest things it is. I think even more so than me not being his manager. I think that is the biggest problem that he had. The fact that he was begging me to get in touch with Umar for him so that he could be on his show. As he talked about Umar on his show as being a con and all of that. But one thing now, I'm going to tie it back, father-son plays, that Dr. Umar teaches us, and he's got a book I suggest that you buy. And that book is for parents with children in school and how to deal with school districts. He teaches us that they're not our friends. And if you are a man, you should always take someone with you when you go and have a sit down with them. Don't discuss anything going on with your child at home, in your home. Only talk about the behavior of the children that's bullying your children in the school system. And you need to have somebody there with you taking notes. I always, and I implore each and every one of you guys, take notes when you have real conversations. It will really make a difference in your life. Make sure you put the date, you put the time, you put who you spoke with, you write what they said, what you said, so you don't have to go with total recall. People respect what's documented. If it's not documented, it didn't happen. And that's because we live in the world of the law of contracts. And although we know that contracts can be spoken, implied, and written, but with the system of white supremacy, then written is the way to go. So father-son plays, I'm glad that you were able to sit down and have that conversation for future reference. Never go to the school alone. If you and your wife have to go together, you and the child's mother, you and your family member, friend, whomever, but always take someone with you, because see, they always say that they're afraid of us. But if you heard about what Dr. Francis Chris Wilson is saying, they're not afraid of us like they think we're going to do something to them. They're afraid of the annihilation, genetic annihilation. Oh, I just messed that word up. I said annihilation. Annihilation. That's what they're afraid of, them disappearing. So when they see you, Asiatic man, they see them disappearing, and they can't have that. So that's why they do what they do to us. That is not everybody that's European, because everybody that's European do not have the power. Only the power that be are the ones that's orchestrating what's happening to us as a people. And then we're participating, like doing the things that this young man is, what this young male is doing, that keeps coming into my chat, saying all the right things. I appreciate him for being so giving, because he's truly giving. And yes, Tuesday is the 11th, and I'm grateful that I didn't get my paperwork finished, so I didn't file it on Friday, that I can file it tomorrow, and I'll have your proof of your stalking and what you're doing to taunt me, so that the judge will understand my good cause for needing more time. I appreciate your kindness, and whatever lawyer you get, and you have, they have not been put on the system yet, but whenever they are, I'll be prepared to speak with them, so that's no problem. Like I said, I am who I say I am. I don't pretend to be anything different. I came here to uplift fallen humanity, and that's what I'm going to do. Asatar, father-son plays said, Asatar, it was so hard for me to see her run out of the crying. All the school staff kept telling her was to stay away from them. I had to get my attorney involved. And that's the same way that it happened with me, father-son plays. Everybody was telling me to shut up. I couldn't talk. I couldn't say anything. While these people were talking about me and under my clothes and doing everything that they can say about me, and even threatening to kill myself, my son, my sister beat us down. And they thought it was funny. And I thought Rashida had gotten out of the craziness. I even included her in being one of the ones that was being bullied. But I see now that she's teamed up with Amando, and she's making her rounds around saying that she was the reason that I had to move my show, which is not true, and how she feels. And that's unfortunate. So I had to add her back as one of the bullies, which she was always going to be one. But I felt since Skinny disrespected her and knocked her off the stage that it wasn't necessary to put that on her. But, you know, people make their decisions and they choose to do what they want to do. And they all think this is fake, false, and phony. And as Skinny said, he will pay for Armando's lawyer. And Armando said he has plenty of money, so he doesn't have to do that. These people don't understand. And I believe Georgia is a community state, and I will look into that. But it doesn't just affect them. It affects everyone, just like it's affecting my family and everyone that supports and loves me. This is not a joke. This is not a game. This is not fake. For all of y'all who want to know what's going on, then all you have to do is go back to the video that I did the other day, and you have the case number. Look it up. You got to sign into the PACER system, and you got to sign up because it's a government system, and they do monitor the system. But it is open to the public. It is open to anyone who chooses. For whatever reason you choose, it's a free system. I'm not an attorney. I don't practice law. Attorney means you're turning yourself over to somebody else. And a lawyer means, in Latin, a liar. And I am neither one of those. Some would beg to differ, but those are what they are saying in the legal community. I didn't make those sayings up. Those are just quotes that they use in the legal community. Harden say, screw the attorney. I would turn into Mad Max if anybody messed with my kid. That might not be smart on the surface, but some parents don't play those games. And you can turn Mad Max, you just don't have to act out. You can turn Mad Max on pencil and paper. And that's what I had to do. There was an incident once with my niece and the neighbor across the street. They were in a classroom at the elementary school. And my niece is Phyllis' daughter. And Phyllis worked from 1 to 9. So I was home and I would be the voice for the children. I'm really the voice for anybody that needs help. I'm an advocate for people, and that's what I do. I advocate for them. I help them write letters, and I help them get what they need done. And it works if you work it. It won't if you don't. And so what I did was I put a letter together and I sent it to the principal. And I requested a meeting with the teacher because I know my niece does not act out. She does not talk about people. She was very quiet. She went to school. She did her work. The little girl across the street, she was the same way. She was not a fighter. She would probably fight before my niece would, but she was not a fighter. They were not bullies. They didn't start stuff. And the teacher was actually picking on them. And when I got the meeting and went and met with them at the school, at the time I didn't know about Dr. Umar, and I went alone, but I knew to go with writing. And I knew that we were not going to talk about anything that wasn't on that paper. We were going to address these issues. And I knew to take notes because I've been fighting on public jobs my whole life. I've been mistreated as a lot of times the only Asiatic on the job. And when you're the only Asiatic on the job, I'm kind of like Kwame in that respect, that I had to fight the system, the people that don't look like me. But the people that look like us are the ones that make white supremacy work perfectly, just like the skinny mister who comes in and causes dissension and say he's going to talk about it and he's going to have a great show, make money off of me. So he's telling the world that he's making money off of inflicting pain and emotional distress on me. That's beautiful. And I appreciate him for doing all that he does. So I'm going to try to give him what he wants and help him get there as fast as he can. I'm going to do that the legal way. I'm going to do that for him. But what you have to know is it's a system, and they don't want you in your child's life. They don't want you in your daughter's life. So They will do nothing. It won't take much for them to ban you because they're afraid of you from the school. They tried to do that with my baby brother and his son. And his son was having problems in school. And my baby brother is always on the road, but he went to the school to speak with the school about his son. And then they actually banned him because my baby brother, of course, is Asiatic and his wife is European. And they posted them all over YouTube. They went through my Facebook page and got pictures of my family and plastered them on YouTube. But he went to the school and they actually banned him from coming to the school. Thank goodness his son graduated and is doing well. But we have to face so many obstacles that we shouldn't have to face. And I want you all to know that we can face this stuff together if we would just do what we need to do. Research and find out our rights. Okay. Let me see. I got something here from YouTube. Okay. I'll get back with them when I finish. Okay. So what I would suggest that you guys do is to continue to research and find out the rules. Get the handbook of the school book that you have. Get your handbook and see what the policies are. And then when you go to have your conversation, then write down those policies that you feel that they're in violation of. And Father Son Plays says, I was Mad Max, but I had my attorney put all this on file and putting the school on notice. That's a good thing. That's what you do. So you've done the legwork, and trust me, they will abide by that since you've done that. But in future reference, just listen to Dr. Umar and listen to the message that he teaches. Don't listen to the people that talk about him donating and all that kind of stuff. Just listen to the message that he teaches. And I guarantee you that you will learn so much and you'll know exactly how to deal with these individuals. Also, he gives out his phone number, and you can always give him a call and speak with him one-on-one when you're having problems with the school and about your child. He will speak with you. He really will. And so if he doesn't answer, just leave the message that you want him to have. And I promise you, you'll get to speak with him. He is an awesome guy, and he really does help with our children. Yeah, he got served. Yeah, he did. And I told you, all you have to do is go and get the case number and read it. I have to serve him again, but he got served. Yeah. I have to serve him again because I added his businesses. And he thinks because he hit a channel and changed the names that that's going to exonerate him. And he thinks when Tuesday comes that the judge won't make a decision to give me more time to go through the process with YouTube, because they are the ones that I had to be concerned about. I did not serve an individual. I served just the company, and you can't do that when it's a corporation. So everything is fine. You don't have to worry about that. He's just doing what he does, and he can't help himself. He's an accident waiting to happen, and he believes in self-destruction. And so he's destroying himself in the name of making money. When he did that video with him crying of Damn D, when he did that, he said that he was doing it for likes and views. And the YouTube took over him. So he's obsessed, and that's where he is. He can't do any better, and he doesn't know any better. So we're going to allow him to be who he is, as I be who I am. And on that note, I'm going to get ready to leave the Tiger's Den if no one else has anything else to say about any of the videos that I showed on bullying. I do know that I am really working, asking people to contact their legislators, their state representatives, or their state senators, and ask them. It's best to go through their capital office, wherever their main offices are, and speak with their administrator. And if you can't talk to them, then send them an email, send them a letter, or do your best to make a phone call and to follow up in writing to let them know that what you're interested in is having a conversation about getting together legislation for adults being bullied, stalked, and harassed online. It doesn't matter what platform online, but that is what you should do. We can't do anything individually, but we must do it individually. But together we can change the way things are that we're displeased with. And we have to do it decent and in order. And we have to do it according to the rules, policies, and procedures. So, on that note, I am getting ready to leave the Tiger's Den. And I have enjoyed this show. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I look forward to bringing more beautiful, great, fantastic content that I bring. I am so proud of me and you all for being with me. I thank you all for the 55 likes. I don't recall us ever getting up to 55 people, but I thank you all and I appreciate you. Happy Easter. It's almost over. Have a beautiful start of your week. I look forward to seeing you guys Wednesday. Until then, I'm leaving the Tiger's Den. Have a beautiful evening. And I'm going to leave with my song that I give to all of our children. And that is The Greatest Love of All. Let's do Greg's birthday one more time. I want to give tribute and honor to my mom, and then we'll leave with The Greatest Love of All. Thank you so much. You all have a beautiful, beautiful, blissed evening and a productive and happy beginning of your week. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday, happy birthday to you. Go Greg, it's your birthday. 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 It's your day, gon' turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, go turn it up. It's your day, your birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. Brianna too. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. Happy birthday to you. I love you. I'm always with my mama. She's my favorite girl. Always with my mama. She brought me in this world. Sometimes I feel so bad when I think of all the things we used to do. when mama used to clean somebody else's house just to buy me a new pair of shoes. I never understood how mama made it through the week when she never ever got a good night's sleep. Oh, she's one of a kind. You got yours and I got mine. Oh, hey mama, my heart belongs to you. Oh, yeah, I always love my mama. She's my favorite girl. You only get one, yeah. I believe the children are our future. Teach them well and let them lead the way. Show them all the beauty they possess inside. Give them a sense of pride to make it easier. Let the children's laughter remind us how we used to be. Everybody's searching for a hero. People need someone to look up to. I never found anyone to fulfill my needs. A lonely place to be. So I learned to depend on me. I decided long ago never to walk in anyone's shadow. If I fail, if I succeed, at least I live as I believe. No matter what they take from me, they can't take away my dignity, because the greatest love of all is happening to me. I found the greatest love of all inside of me. The greatest love of all is easy to achieve. Learning to love yourself is the greatest love of all.